Thanks for spending part of your holiday weekend with us. A special Monday program of America's Day at the Races as we get ready for 4th of July tomorrow. Everybody's ready, even the Outrider ponies. Our program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. The iconic Secretariat statue in the beautiful Belmont Park paddock. We have today and tomorrow, and then 3 days next week, and that's it for the Belmont Park Spring Summer Meet. I'm your host, Acacia Colum, pleased to be joined by Andy Serling. And Andy, happy almost 4th of July. We'll be celebrating tomorrow with some live racing as well, but a fun day today, including a nice New York bred stake later.
Yeah, looking forward to that. I always like seeing those horses, the New York bred turf horses, males and females as well. Always really strong, and looking forward to that race later. A lot of speed in there and some fun races. Looking forward to spending a little time with you as well. We're on Talking Horses, but we haven't been together in a show for a little while.
You've got the Andy and Acacia show all day today, pretty much, or at least the first half of it. Here's what's on tap at that Hudson Valley, as we mentioned, for the New York Breds to feature as race number 8 today. We're fast and firm. There was some rain anticipated last night. We've been lucky yet again, and it's another beautiful warm day. Today's races, as always, brought to you by Claiborne Farm, and you can play all of the action with Naira Bets. Join and use promo code BONUS200, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. Taking a look at the field for the opener, we'll be going 6 furlongs on the inner turf for fillies and mares. We'll meet the field as we'll start things off with a layoff runner, the number 1 Mail Order. Her first start since November, Andy.
Yeah, she's my top choice, Nira. I'm hoping she can break sharply and wire the field, but she may get some pressure from Sister Annie to her flank.
She is a horse that can get a little headstrong early on, too. Let's see if those blinkers off help her to relax a little bit. Speaking of Sister Annie, there she is next in the post parade.
Yeah, I mean, she actually has run okay in some of her turf races, but maybe going a little longer, and this competition could be a little stern for her, thus a big price.
Let's see. She's going back to the grass today in her first start for the Dave Donk Barn. There's your current favorite, Roses for Deborah.
Yeah, she was terrific in her turf debut, and as you had pointed out earlier, it's not as though she didn't have some good form in synthetic to back it up. She got a good trip. The field was weaker. That was 5. This is 6, but there's no doubt that she ran well that day.
Second start in North America for A Day in Asia.
A horse that I know you're a fan of in this race. She met tougher last time out. We'll see if she can settle.
And Majestic Doro on the outside, second off the bench.
Listen, she's not without a chance. Always nice to see Brennan Walsh here. She just might be a little bit tough, but she did face Caravel, and she tried to close into a paceless race that day.
That's the field for the first race. A good way to start as we welcome in the third member of our team, champion jockey Richard Migliori, here with us. Hey, Richie, what do you see with these turf sprinters?
Hey, Keisha, Andy. I'm melting out here, but let's talk horses, and we'll start with the 1 Mail Order. I do think she has the most natural speed here. I guess the 2 Sister Annie maybe could put a little pressure on her, but I just think Mail Order is just naturally faster. She does every once in a while not break particularly well. 2 starts back, she didn't. Last time she had some issues at the break as well. I like the inside post for horses like that, though, because you're not going to get squeezed between 2 horses. You have some room to work with, and in a race, a turf sprint that doesn't feel like it has turf sprint speed in it, she could lead them a long way, made a real nice impression physically on the racetrack. The 3 Roses for Deborah also made a nice impression. Like what I'm seeing, I don't think 6 furlongs would be an issue for her. She did get a very sharp pace to close into last time, but you get 2 daughters of Liam's Map, both making nice impressions physically, and my top selection will be the 4 Day in Asia. I thought she was a little bit keen last time, but it looked to me like a horse that was a little bit fresh coming off of a layoff. I think with that run under her belt and kind of, having a bit more time to settle in. I like the way she's worked since. She's very nice and settled here on the racetrack. I like what I'm seeing from her. And I like Flavien Prat taking the reins here. I do think the 4 A Day in Asia is the horse to beat, and she is my top selection.
Has some class after facing Grade 2 Company up at Woodbine last time. Richie, thank you. And Andy, you and I were talking on Talking Horses, the handicapping show this morning, about horses like A Day in Asia, got a little keen, not uncommon for horses making their first start out of Europe. Mail Order, who can be a little headstrong. She doesn't break that well, as Richie touched on. Trying to get horses to relax and save something for later in the race is a big challenge for both trainer and rider.
No question about it. And with Mail Order, she actually rated to win the race we're showing, and this is 2 back at Aqueduct. when she was in a race where she had a chance to win. She was over her head last time out. But she's got to go, especially from the rail today, and hopefully can outrun Sister Annie. I doubt she's going to let that one go and try to sit outside of her. Her edge is her speed in here, and I think because she gets a little bit headstrong, she needs to just sort of try to let her roll, and hopefully that's what Jose will do.
Taking the blinkers off now as a 5-year-old, sometimes that can help a horse to relax a little bit as well. The number 3, Roses for Deborah. Her lone turf start was the 5/8 try last time at Pimlico, and while she did get a good trip, she kicked away from that field.
No, I think sometimes, and I'm as guilty of this as anybody, you tend to say, well, the horse got a perfect trip. But horses can get perfect trips and still run well. And clearly she ran well, and this was the best race that she ever ran, the fastest race she ever ran. She got a fast pace. It was 5 furlongs down at Pimlico. It's a very different animal than a 6-furlong race here. So she's got to get that extra furlong, but she's gotten the extra furlong and gotten the extra furlong and a half, actually, on synthetic, and she seemed to be a better horse on turf than synthetic, and she was pretty good on synthetic.
Owned by John O'Meara, the breeder of Big Invasion, in fact.
Did not know that.
Yeah.
Wow, so you can link that horse to A Day in Asia.
A Day in Asia, that's right. A Day in Asia making her second start for Dean Reeves and my racehorse as she tried a race last time up at Woodbine. The winner was the favorite. She wired the field that day.
Yeah, I was just a little worried that her form in Europe was maybe a cut below these, and 6 would be tough, but I can understand the argument for her. I don't think it's going to be a surprise if any of the 1, 3, or 4 win. And I think we both agree that maybe 4 to 5 on the 3, at least on paper, looks a little bit short.
Yeah, she does have some real competition in here. We'll see how it plays out and what happens tactically in this race as well. Short price on Roses for Deborah, who will look to go 2 for 2 on the grass as they load in for the first race of the day at beautiful Belmont Park. Here's John and Brielle standing by with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Has in the beginning for number 1 Mail Order. She trails the field. Sister Annie is out first. Roses for Deborah came away in second with Majestic Doro on the outside in third. Then A Day in Asia and the slow starting Mail Order who trails the field in fifth. Sister Annie steps away here to lead by 2.5 lengths. Majestic Doro is second by a length. And then it's the gray, Roses for Deborah, who's down at the rail. And alongside is A Day in Asia. Another 2.5 lengths to Mail Order, the opening quarter mile in 22 seconds. Long shot, Sister Annie leads here by a length. Majestic Doro runs in second. Roses for Deborah down on the inside. And then the favorite, Roses for Deborah, the favorite, and on the outside, A Day in Asia, followed by Mail Order. They're at the top of the stretch now. On the inside, it is Sister Annie. Roses for Deborah is squeezing on through now. Here comes Roses for Deborah, making the move to take the lead now. Majestic Doro runs in second. Mail Order with a late move on the outside. Roses for Deborah has a 3-length lead as they come on for the finish, and it will be Roses for Deborah and Joe El Rosario. Mail Order was second. Majestic Doro finished third.
Roses for Deborah, now 2 for 2 on the grass, and she ran to that short price.
Yeah, I mean, another perfect trip, and obviously the one getting left didn't hurt, but maybe it didn't really help her as much because the one might add a little more speed to the race, and she sat comfortably behind horses and splits horses, and that's a real creditor that she's able to do that because some horses get a little intimidated in there. We've got a couple of turf stakes for this division up in Saratoga. I know the Smart and Classy is later in the meet. I can't remember the name
Is
of
it the Galway, or is that for?
Might be for 2-year-old.
That's for 3-year-olds.
Yeah.
The Caress.
The Caress, correct. The Coronation Cup's for 3-year-old fillies. But I got to imagine Christophe Clement is going to be looking at one or both of those races. I mean, there could be some stiff competition there, but she's okay, and she deserves a chance at a higher level.
Nice effort from this filly by Liam's Map. Roses for Deborah, now 2 for 2 on the grass. And 2 for 2 is a 4-year-old as well. Mail Order did run well coming from off of it. She was last early, leaping up at the break. Just what Richie said, sometimes she just doesn't break well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously she had an excuse of getting left. Having said that, she also was, I mean, she ran fine. I'm not trying to knock her, but she was kind of second by default because the other horse and the other Clement, she just didn't run at all. So it sort of made it easier for her to get second. I think the winner was a much more definitive winner. And yeah, if you bet the one as I did, you wish the one didn't get left, but I don't feel as though the one was going to beat the winner. The winner's too good.
Roses for Deborah went off at even money. She gets the victory there in the opener. Coming up a little bit later on, we touched on that stake for the New York Breds, the Hudson Valley, which will be race number 8 today on the turf, going a mile for 4-year-olds and upward. And we'll see 2 horses coming out of the Kingston who ran 2nd and 3rd that day. Dakota Gold, who trainer Danny Gargan said he was surprised to see he was last that day. Coming from off of it may not be a bad choice given the way the pace could shake out this afternoon.
Oh, no question about it. I mean, there's going to be some running up front and some hitting. It seems like it should be an honest pace, if not a fast pace. It's interesting, the different running style, because Jerry the Nipper, while he has shown the ability to rate, which is a major help to him, he could be a little closer and the pace could get hot. I still think Jerry the Nipper's the better horse. Dakota Gold ran well. He had to switch out and get the run, but he also saved a lot of ground. And Jerry the Nipper just did so much more dirty work. And then he ends up in a dogfight in the late stages with City Man. I'm taking nothing away from Dakota Gold, who ran, I think, the best race he's ever run.
Yes.
He's clearly improved as a 4-year-old. But Jerry the Nipper, he's a pretty scary one, and I don't think you're getting 5. I can't imagine Jerry the Nipper won't be favored.
I think so too, especially given the fact that he dug in again when City Man came to try to run.
But maybe Irad being on Dakota Gold,
yeah.
you never really know. But I mean, I think for horse. And the Irad Jose battle continues as they are tied.
Yeah.
Less than 5 days to go.
Tied.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. We'll make it interesting.
Do you know?
He
Do I have a
looked
bet
good on
with Greg?
that single shot.
Do you know that's Mitch's fault? But do you know that I have a bet with Greg?
Do you? What's that?
Greg took 4 to 5 from me that Irad would win the riding title in Saratoga.
It's Saratoga.
Yes,
Oh.
yes. I $200 to 160, and Greg will go with this. The money, any money that changes hands, will go to charity. At least on my
Okay.
side, and I'm sure Greg will agree with that
Yeah,
as well.
I like that bet.
But I mean, I'm not rooting against Irad, and it's all good fun, and happy to give the money to charity anyway. But I thought 4 to 5 was a little bit short. I mean, I get it. Maybe he's right, but his brother, Luis Saez.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. He knows Luis Saez is coming back, right?
Yeah,
But look, he's a terrific rider. He's won the riding title before, but it's tough, and that's what makes it fun.
yeah, I agree. Looking forward to that. I always like that the trainers battle as well. We'll see if Linda Rice, who's a big favorite right now to win this meet, she can throw her name in that normal Chad Brown, Todd Pletcher battle. I know Mike Makers tried to make a dent early. He is not. He's been. I wouldn't say he's cheap speed. It's hard to look at Mike and consider him cheap speed, but he's,
That is tough,
he's
yes.
made a little bit of
Yeah.
interesting early, but he has not had
Usually
the
he's got
staying
the
power.
stamina.
He hasn't had the
Usually.
stamina. That's what it is. It's not cheap speed. It's the lack of stamina, unlike his horses.
In the first race, Joel Rosario aboard the number 3 Roses for Deborah remains undefeated on the turf. Like you said, another good trip, but when she tipped out once again, she kicked away from her competition.
Yeah, right. Perfect trips or not. And the thing is, she's not slow. So it's not like she's gotten, this pace wasn't anything to speak of. She got a quick pace last time, but she's not like she was that far out of it. She's a nice, tractable horse. I'm looking forward to seeing her against some tougher horses.
Trained by Christoph Mutter, standing by with Richie.
Yeah, Christoph, a really nice effort here from Roses for Deborah. She seems like a very game filly. She doesn't mind running through traffic.
No, absolutely. She new filly for the barn this year. She had a really nice start at Pimlico like a month ago, a bit more like 5 weeks ago, and I thought she was impressive today.
She was very impressive. Now, she does look to me from a physical perspective like she potentially could go further. What are your plans for her going forward?
I'm not sure. I mean, she's fast, so the idea was to go back, to different probably stakes level, obviously from now on, sprinting on the grass. You got different races in New York. You have 2 of them in Saratoga. You got some in the fall. She might be good enough for a race. There's a really good stakes at Prescal on the Tapita to be run like in September. I don't know. I think we're in good position. Let's just do whatever is best for the filly, and something good should happen.
Now, you were telling me off camera about the breeder, and you have a connection there.
And absolutely, the owner of that filly bred a really good horse called Being Invasion, who is a good sprinter that we've got. And that's the reason why this filly ended up in a barn. So it's fun, and he's been breeding fast horses, as you can see. So I'm just delighted to train the filly.
Well, congratulations. Great job here. Guys, always fun talking to Christoph. I get such better insights because he's very forthcoming with information.
He is. If you ask him, he'll tell you.
No, he's
That's for
forthcoming
sure.
when he can explain himself why he did something seemingly wrong. Otherwise, he's forthcoming. Give me a break.
Hey, has he ever refused to answer a question you've asked him?
I am a big Christoph fan. If I wasn't a big Christoph fan, I wouldn't endlessly make fun of him.
When we come back, we'll talk about the New York Bred Stakes action tomorrow. And we're going to kick off the day on 4th of July with the bang of Port Washington to start the afternoon as Runaway Rumor just missed last time out in the Mount Vernon. She'll look for a stakes victory on the holiday.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Tomorrow, we have our special 4th of July program, and we'll start the day off well with a stake for the New York bred fillies. The Port Washington is race number 1 tomorrow afternoon, and you have a couple of horses. Favorite down to the inside, Runaway Rumor at 6-5 on the morning line, Sonora at 7-5. They come out of finishing 2-3 behind Marvelous Maud on the Mount Vernon.
I'll be very surprised if they're that close in the wagering. And Sonora ran well in there.
Yeah.
She is clearly an improving horse for Barclay Tagg and Lael Stable, but Runaway Rumor, this was a tough beat for her. And I don't think that anybody did anything wrong. Marvelous Maud just made that last run and nailed her in the money, but Marvelous Maud's not running in here. And I think Runaway Rumor is going to be a heavy favorite and should be, and very, very, very hard to beat. But Sonora's in her horse.
Yeah, she recently, I thought it was interesting, added the blinkers, which was Flavian Pratt's suggestion. And that really seemed to make a difference for her. Manny Franco will be aboard once again, who rode her last time. She just missed. She's run well. She's out of that incredible mare, Elusive Rumor, homebred for Larry Goitron. Just seems like everything she throws is a runner.
No, I agree. It's
Yeah.
amazing. No, he's got some nice families in there. You go back to J. Ray and some of the horses. She looks very, very tough in there. And What Loves looks like is taking a little bit of a step up. She'll have to improve to compete with either one of those horses.
Second to Sonora, 2 starts back after stumbling at the break. Back to today. Of course, we'll look forward to the New York Bred Stake tomorrow for the fillies. Back to today, we have a maiden race coming up next at Belmont Park. Going 7 furlongs on the turf. It's a maiden claiming for 40,000 fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. The number 3, Just a Splash, taking all the money now, 8-5, as she drops in class for the first time. See if she could potentially wire the field. We'll talk a little bit more about this daughter of See the Stars and the rest of this field when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
They're off, and the breeders come to them. And Forte sneaks from the inside of the Jack. Forte has come under a ride now, and he's going 3 wide, and he's coming up on the outside of National Treasure, and he's coming up after Cape Rock. The 2 of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, Cape Rock along the rail, and Forte has upset Cape Rock to win the breeders'
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Buy in July. The Fasig-Tipton July Selected Yearling Sale, the first major yearling sale of the year. Ranked number 1 by percentage of stakes winners, stakes horses, and 2-year-old winners. The July sale is also among the nation's top sources of graded stakes winners. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Faiza and Chocolate Gelato, plus this growing list of graded stakes winners. The Fasig-Tipton July Sale of Selected Yearlings, Tuesday, July 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
So Three Chimneys Farm is a thoroughbred breeding operation. We have our own broodmare band here, as well as a stallion roster, and our goal is to breed the next Kentucky Derby winner, the next Oaks winner.
It's a classically beautiful, I think very American thoroughbred horse farm. We focus on getting mares pregnant to have them become yearlings to be able to sell or keep to race, and then hopefully move them on to the racetrack.
Our stallions that we stand here, we allow clients and breeders to come in and breed to those horses who have the same goals and aspirations to breed that next Grade 1 winner.
When I first came to Three Chimneys in 2000, we had Seattle Slew, we had Dynaformer, Rahi, Wild Again, Capote. I mean, just the who's who of stallions.
Mr. Torrealba, who owns Three Chimneys, is very passionate about the farm, the horses. He loves his broodmares. He's a breeder at heart, loves the stallions. And I think his passion, his enthusiasm, his drive for the sport certainly trickles down to the managers and employees here, and it was motivational for us to do our best.
Goncalo Torrealba is a very amazing person. He is awesome. Something I really love about him is he really expresses his desire to get women into the industry, especially with jobs that are very male-dominated. So I really, really applaud him for that.
Certainly being a female, even in the stallion barn at all, is still something that you don't see very often. But to have a woman stallion manager is certainly unique.
I think that no matter how important and wonderful your horses are, a very integral part of working at a thoroughbred horse farm is the people. If you have the right mix of people, your day in and day out is so much better.
It's a really wonderful place to work. It does feel like a family.
Haynesfield in front. Now Joe Talamo says go with I Want Revenge, but Haynesfield still holding him off as they come into the final furlong. It is Haynesfield clear by 3. I Want Revenge is now sputtering on the outside. Regal Ransom and Convocation, and they're coming down to the finish, and Haynesfield wins the 124th Suburban.
This day in history brought to you by Three Chimneys. And on this day, Haynesfield took the Suburban on July 3rd in 2010. Of course, a Grade 1 winning New York bred for Steve Asmussen.
I'm going to guess that's Ramon Dominguez riding him in that
Looks
race.
It,
yeah, and he said really neat horse. Of course, in the Steve Asmussen barn, but Toby Sheets, who trained for him for so long in New York, was pretty much trainer. And look at Toby looking like the rest of us, a lot younger back then.
13 years ago.
Regal Ransom. I wouldn't be surprised if the MiG rode Regal Ransom. I'm not sure he did, but he did ride him when he won the Super Derby down in Louisiana Downs.
Haynesfield would win the Grade 1 Jockey Club There's Ramon.
There he is.
Jockey Club Gold Cup for Haynesfield.
See Ramon when we get to
Always
Saratoga.
love these days in history. Of course, we'll get a chance to see the Suburban next Saturday on a jam-packed day, Saturday, July 8th, of course, featuring the Belmont Derby and Oaks as well. And that'll be our final few days with stakes wrapping up before we head north.
Yep, we will. We have 12 races on Saturday, actually, and Friday's 10-race card, a good one. Pretty much finished that last night. The Manila, looking like an excellent stake.
Yeah.
A really, really strong field for the Manila. And Manila, you would have loved Manila. He was such a good horse. He's one of the best American racehorses of my racetrack lifetime, going back to the late 70s. Yeah.
Like we always say, if you want to learn a little bit of history about the game, just look at the names of stakes races.
An amazing horse, Manila. He ran against Theatrical. I think Theatrical should have been horse of the year. The year that he won. He won stakes throughout the year,
Right.
but when he met Manila in the Arlington Million, which was unfortunately Manila's last race, Manila just dusted him like he was nothing, and Theatrical was a monstrously good horse.
Jamie Torres getting ready in the paddock as he will soon get a leg up on that filly. The number 2 Wonder Girl in this upcoming second race, this maiden claiming. Let's head down, get a paddock report from Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. And we'll start with the 2 Wonder Girl, who absolutely would get the paddock check mark. She is in a field of fillies that are well turned out. She's just a little bit a level higher. I mean, she's, again, from a total appearance, perception, she stands out. I mean, she really making a nice impression. Very healthy, looks great. Now you got to always weigh out. Do you like them as much on paper as what you see from a physical perspective? She wasn't one that jumped off the page at me. I think she's a contender here. But looking at her and how well turned out she is, she's certainly elevating in my eyes. The 3, just a splash. I like the way she's acting. The filly that actually you and I had talked about earlier today, Acacia, who could be a bit quirky. I think she's settled in nicely. I like to turn back to 7/8 for her, and I kind of hope that she gets a target. I don't think she's a filly that is happy when she's on the lead too much. You know, some of those horses that can be a little quirky, their minds get to work overtime. When they've got horses to look at and kind of keep their attention occupied, I think they're better, and she drops down in class, and the way she's acting, I like it. Now, also, guys, I want to say, you want to see a sweat on today. If you don't, as humid as it is, that's a very big negative. So I actually saw a filly in the first race come back that I thought ran a little flat, was bone dry. They can't be dry today. They have to sweat. That means their coolant system is working properly. And the 4-horse, Lexi Spirit, very well turned out for Mark Haney. It looks great. Kind of interesting. She's got the cheek piece, and it's like fleece that they put along the bridle. And usually they'll have one on either side. She only has one on the outside, and when I get a chance here, I'm going to grab a hold of Mark and ask what the reasoning is behind having just the one cheek piece on the outside. I've never really seen that. I've always seen 2, not 1, but around the racetrack long enough, you're always going to see new things.
Yeah, Lexi Spirit, that's been the usual for her in her last couple of starts. Just the one cheek piece on the outside eye. Richie, thank you. And so often we talk about cheek pieces, how they're a little bit more open versus blinkers. And I would guess it's because Mark Hennig feeling like if she tries to drift out a little bit, just not so severe as a blinker or an extension blinker, even when the eye is fully covered, but just a little bit to add. You can't even see it now. It's just on the right side of her face, that piece of fleece, to keep her a little bit more focused into what's in front of her.
I mean, you got to try things, right? At some point, at some point, I think in her case, obviously, she's used it for a while, but it's a lot of, do you feel like a lot of equipment changes are somewhat desperation?
Sometimes you'll see an equipment change, and the ones that I'm always the most intrigued by is when it's a suggestion from the rider saying, hey, I feel like this horse really needs blinkers, or, maybe we should try this kind of bit or something like that.
What about first-time stars with blinkers? Do you think it's a positive and negative,
I always
or it
find
doesn't
it a
matter?
negative.
Negative?
But I also think it's very much important to look at the barn. If you see a Wesley Ward first-time starter with blinkers, it's like an extension of their bridle.
Right.
If Todd Pletcher debuts a horse with blinkers, a 2-year-old with blinkers, for me, that's a negative.
Suggest that he's already got some.
Suggest that they're a little bit
issues,
slow.
or
Yeah. But I think you have to look at the barn of what's typical for them. Some it's not a negative, some it's very normal. But some barns, if they debut with blinkers, for me, it's not the best sign.
It's interesting you say it. I think I could probably look that up on Formulator. You have, first-time blinkers and look at first-time stars and see how they do for
That'd
different
be
barns.
interesting
It's a
to
stat
look
I've
at.
never looked at, and maybe I can find another way to spend a little more time looking at the races in Saratoga.
Well, you have so much free time on your hands.
I spend a lot of my free time with my mom.
Which
You
is
haven't
very
met my
nice.
mom, have you?
I have not had the pleasure.
You may have to
Yes,
stop by the
we
house
will
this
this
summer.
yes, for sure.
Maggie knows my mom.
There's a look at the
Richie knows my mom.
She's a legend. I know a lot about her.
My mom is the
actually. I didn't get a
greatest.
chance to hear from her. Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll get a chance to meet this summer as
Definitely.
we get ready to head up to Saratoga.
She's heard enough about you. She should finally meet you.
Does she watch the show or she?
It's occasionally,
Yeah,
but she
appreciate
knows
that.
I'm a big fan, so
Yeah.
you know, definitely. Yeah, no, looking
Hi,
forward.
Andy's
looking
mom.
forward to getting up there.
Lucy, right?
Yes.
hopefully we
I'm
get a
looking
chance
forward to
see
getting
her.
up there. So it's just nice to get up there.
Yeah.
It's always, and it's obviously a great time for racing, and it's very exciting and people coming. But it's also, you know, for me, walking the track in
Yeah.
5 minutes as opposed to, you know, the trip out here, which is fine, but it's, you know, it's a commute.
Does it feel like going home for you, going up to Saratoga?
A little bit. I mean, I don't have, you know, other than my friend Sean, it's not like I have that many, you know, my
Sure.
childhood friends that live, you know, that I speak to that
Well,
often.
we'll meet the field for race 2, starting things off with the number 1, Night Saber.
Listen, they're all in the same boat in a way here, and I think the 7 furlongs can be an equalizer for the routers and the sprinters. And it's not like her figs are so far out of it.
There's number 2, Wonder Girl.
I know you like her. Richie had some good things to say as well, and I do think the drop in class is going to benefit her a great deal.
She ran for purse money only last time, and she lost both shoes in the receiving barn coming over. There's the 3, Just a Splash, still your favorite.
Yeah, she's a drop down, and the drop downs are going to take money in this race. Tony Dutro's numbers, they're not great with his maiden special and maiden claimer drop downs. She's got to improve.
Lexi's Spirit is next.
I just couldn't. I know she got left last time, but I wished I could have made more of an excuse for her last race because she has back races that are good enough. They all do.
A little bit rambunctious on track. There's Belshaza.
Belshazzar's had an awful lot of chances and thus a big price.
There's the number 6, Salivo Spritz with Joel Rosario.
You always run that potential problem when you name a horse after a friend, a family member, a business, and they're Salivo Spritz.
19-1. See if she can take a step forward today in a big warm-up. Next will be a horse. I know you have some interest in cutting back in distance. Keep It Sexy.
You know me, I cannot resist a cut back here.
We'll get to her in a moment. Fancy Stacks, the first-time starter.
Not much turf pedigree, and Jorge Abreu's good with first-time starter, but she's not getting bet in this field and not much pedigree. It's probably not a good sign.
A little bit green out there, too, swishing her tail around. There's the number 8, Keep It Sexy.
I like the cutback from mile 3/8 to 7 furlongs. I do in the drop down, and I felt like, you know, she'd be playable, and I figured she'd be in this, you know, 6-1 range where she's close right now. Listen, anybody, if you come to me and say, I love a horse in the second race, you better be right. Because otherwise, I can't, listen.
I think it's a little tough to love a horse in this field.
There will be somebody that loves the winner of this race. There's some buddies. But for me, it's just, there's just not any real form to go on.
Yeah, there's the number 2, Wonder Girl, as mentioned. She lost both shoes in the receiving barn, and she is a quirky type of filly, so not good with the blacksmith. Typically, if that happens, you can be refitted for a shoe in the paddock. The blacksmith always on hand. They decided to go without, and as a result, to protect the bettors, that's when you'll see horses run for purse money only.
Yeah, and she actually ran fairly well in there because, first of all, she's probably a little better going shorter.
Yep.
She might actually be a little better than shorter than 7, given her 1-6 furlong race, but that was also at this level. And that was a race last time that completely collapsed. And so she was forward, and I thought she ran fine in there. Beat her for last race absolutely makes her one of the ones in here.
She's 3-1. The number 3, Just a Splash, still your favorite for Tony Dutro. Now, she's a little bit of a quirky filly, too. She was a little keen. She was dueling with a long shot last time and was forward. The benefit for her is it's her first time at this level, but she's a little bit tough to trust as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing that differentiates her in a positive way to the 8 who I picked is she has at least taken money in her races. Whereas the horse that I picked, she's never taken a nickel in any of her starts. And maybe that's a negative, but maybe, you know, gets a barn switch. And sometimes a barn switch just helps, regardless if it's a lateral move or not.
There she is, 3-1 now, as favoritism has now shifted over to the number 2, Wonder Girl. There's a look at the number 8, Keep It Sexy, who Andy had some interest in, Javier Castellano, and another good day yesterday.
Javier's having a terrific year, and I hope that people are noticing, and I'm sure they are, because, you know, you get to Saratoga, and yes, people are clamoring for the Ortiz brothers and Luis Saez, but they should be looking for this guy as much as anybody else, the way he's been riding, and I think he showed that last year. And he's been showing it again this year, and obviously in a more high-profile ways this year.
He's on a 5-1 shot here. Let's go back to Richie, trackside.
Yeah, Keisha, the 2-horse Wonder Girl, and, you know, elevated the way she looked in the paddock, the way she warmed up on the track, she's acting properly. And just what you talked about, her running, missing 2 shoes last time and actually running very well. She's a major, major player here. The 4-horse Lexi Spirit did talk to Mark Hennig, talked about why the just the outside cheek pieces. When she's on the dirt, when she works and she's running the dirt, she's had a tendency to drift to the right. She's a filly that's a little bit too high-strung or a little bit too aggressive, so he didn't want to put blinkers on her, he said, and the cheek piece worked on the dirt. He says she hasn't drifted towards the outside on the grass, but he said, why change anything if it's working? It's certainly not inhibiting her. And another one that just continued to make a nice impression, the 8-horse, Andy, the horse that you like a bit, Keep It Sexy. This horse got really, really wound up. See, with the Outrider pony, and every time she makes a turn, like she's going to go towards the gate, you can kind of see she gets rambunctious, wants to gallop in place a little bit. I think turning back with her temperament, her attitude is certainly going to be helpful for her. I'm surprised the way she acts that she was able to do a 1 3/8 last time as well as she did. She's also dropping down to 40, and you're getting a decent price on Keep It Sexy. I'm going with the 3 just to splash. I like this turn back to 7/8 for her. I like the drop down in class. I also think Trevor McCarthy might have learned something about her last time. And full disclosure, last night when I couldn't sleep, I went down the YouTube rabbit hole and I was watching all of See the Stars videos, the sire, his arc, and looking at a lot of stuff about his offspring. And I think they're just better when they have a target. And last time she didn't have that luxury. So I'm going to go with the horse taking the slight drop in class for Anthony Dutro.
All right, Richie, thank you. See the Stars, a tremendous racehorse, Andy, and he's turned out to be a terrific sire as well.
I can imagine both you and I have spent a reasonable amount of time down the European race replay rabbit hole on YouTube. I could get exactly where Richie's coming from. It is a great thing to go. I mean, YouTube's such an incredible resource, but for racing as well. And to look up some of those Euros and people, horses you've heard of and never seen and watch their races. I love watching like Galileo and Giant's Causeway and some of those races. Was it Giant's Causeway and Fabulous, Fantastic Light had that great rivalry. Khaleesi was in there. I love watching some of those races.
If you have a little time to spend, it's worth it. And I'm a big See the Stars fan, both of him as a horse and what he's done as a stallion.
He had an amazing. Was he undefeated?
I don't know.
He won the ARC, right?
He did win the ARC. Yep, he did. And we've seen Tony Dutrow going over to Europe a lot more and picking up a lot more turf horses. And he'd been vocal in saying he wants turf horses this year. And especially in New York, it's such a great turf program for young horses here.
I agree. I agree. You would think you might see a little bit of occasional, some kind of influence in some of the New York breds because we run so many turf races for the New York breds.
And our team is terrific. 8 for 9 in his career, See the Stars.
Where did he lose? Do you know where he lost?
They'll figure it out. We'll have an answer for you after race 2. Little trivia.
They love a challenge.
If anybody knows, tweet it to us. I'm sure there's some people out there that are big fans. And
I wonder what race he lost. I don't know.
2-1 on Wonder Girl as we get ready for race 2 at Belmont. There is Lexi Spirit with that one cheek piece. We talked about that equipment. Dylan Davis going to be aboard her as we get ready for the second pick 4 kicking off here. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
Riders off number 8, Keep It Sexy.
Well, we did have an incident at the gate. The number 8, Keep It Sexy, broke through the starting gate, and as a result, we're seeing the rest of the field being backed out in this kind of situation. Andy, Keep It Sexy will be inspected by the attending veterinarians, and just to keep things equal and to not make the rest of the field stand in the gate, they will back everybody out and reload.
Yeah, and Richie Richie was on top of that. Richie had pointed out that that this horse was acting up a bit. So, You know, it's interesting. He had said that and turned out to be right.
And looks like it will be a late scratch of the number 8, Keep It Sexy. So late scratch of Keep It Sexy here in race 2. And as a result, again, the rest of the field has been backed out, and they'll bring Keep It Sexy back over to the barn area. And at this point, we just need to see if the riders keep their mounts quiet. We have the terrific gate crew as well, who will be looking after all of these horses and making sure that horse and rider can be as relaxed as possible in this situation. Keep It Sexy still pretty revved up as she will head back to the barn. Let's go to Richie for an update.
Yeah, guys, she was acting very revved up, almost agitated with everything, and continues to be that way. So it'll be good for them to get her cleared off the track, get her home. But I just wanted to touch base, too, about the horses that are backed out of the gate. As warm a day as it is, when you get on the turf course, it's at least 10 degrees warmer. The grass holds the heat and emanates up off the turf. And then when you're in the starting gate in a confined space with a 1,000-pound animal, it's probably another 10 to 15 degrees hotter. It's unbelievable how much hotter it is in that close proximity with a horse in the starting gate, and particularly on the grass. If it's 80 degrees here, it's probably 100 degrees on the turf, and actually it feels much warmer with the humidity today. So I think it's really good that they back these horses out of the gate, give them a chance to reset, catch their breath, and start over.
Richie, thank you. Great insight as always. And the gate crew is tremendous. There are hoses around. There's always all sorts of extra equipment at the gate as well, so that they can take every step possible to keep horses comfortable and make this process as seamless as possible.
And I think the other thing for man and beast alike is that we haven't had any heat.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been an incredibly cool
It has been.
spring and into the early summer so far. I mean, there have been plenty of nights, where it's just been extremely cold, but this is the first week that it's been hot here.
It has been.
And I think it catches you a little off guard. You're sort of not ready for it,
Mm-hmm.
So.
By the way, See the Stars was beaten first time out at the Curragh, finished 4th by 3/4 of a length, and then was undefeated after that.
There you have it.
There you have it. Yeah.
How many Group
Daily
1s?
Racing
Probably
Form.
6 or 7 Group 1s.
Let's see. The ARC Irish Champion Stakes, Juddmonte International, the Eclipse, Epsom Derby, 2,000 guineas.
Wow.
That's an
Richie,
impressive resume.
Richie, did you watch them all last night?
Andy, I did. And I watched.
You're the best.
I watched his first race when he was beaten, his only time he was defeated. And I think the kind way to say it is he got a very good education that day. I think Mick Kinane was making sure he saw every possible situation for his career going forward.
Terrific horse. We'll get a chance to see one of his offspring here coming up in this race at the number 3 Justice Splash. There's your late scratch, the number 8 Keep It Sexy. So they have to wait, Andy, until Keep It Sexy makes it back over to the barn area just for safety reasons before they can load in and make sure everybody's okay. And it looks like so far, knock on wood, everybody is behaving themselves nicely behind the gate.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons we don't see that many See the Stars is one of the same reasons that we haven't seen that many of the good Frankels.
Yeah, they keep them over there.
They're expensive.
They are.
And the good ones pretty much are staying over there, and I think that's one of the reasons. Now, we see a lot of Kingmans, and I love the Kingmans.
Me too.
They have been tremendous.
Do you know what else I have found? European Stallion. My father-in-law's had a few that have been quite successful. The Bated Breaths.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
They really seem to run well over here in the States.
Yeah, no, it's fun. I mean, there have been some Loop de Vegas, and arguably, I mean, was the Newspaper Record kind of the one that really gave a lot of press to Loop de Vega?
I think so, because with Loop de Vega, a lot of them are very they have larger heads. They're kind of lighter framed. They're not exactly the most beautifully put together horses, but they can run.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
He's gotten much more fashionable after Newspaper Record.
We're set now for race 2, loading back in. Again, late scratch of the number 8, Keep It Sexy in race number 2. One more time, we'll send it back to John and Brielle.
And we are now set for race number 2. and they're off. Belshazzar broke well. Wonder Girl now moves up. Night Saber is down at the hedge. Wonder Girl narrowly. Night Saber moving through now. Just a Splash is running in third. Lexi Spirit is in between horses. Fancy Stacks runs in fifth. Belshazzar now back in sixth. Then Salevo Spritz is the trailer in seventh. Wonder Girl is the leader here by about a length. And right behind, it's the trio of Lexi Spirit, Just a Splash, and Night Saber. First quarter, 22-2. Belshazzar is in fifth position, a little more than 4 lengths from the front. And at the back of the pack, the first-time starter, Fancy Stacks, and Salevo Spritz. Wonder Girl leads 3/4 of a length. Just a Splash, second by a head. Lexi Spirit on the outside in third. Night Saber down at the hedge, runs in the fourth. And then comes Belshazzar and Fancy Stacks. They're at the top of the stretch now. The half, 49-1. It's Wonder Girl who has the lead. And here is Night Saber now moving up on the outside to challenge. Wonder Girl, Night Saber moves right alongside with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Wonder Girl digs down on the inside. Night Saber on the outside. Fancy Stacks is putting in a big run down at the rail. They're coming on for the finish. Wonder Girl in front. Night Saber second. Wonder Girl takes it. Then Night Saber and a big close from the firster, Fancy Stacks, to be third.
Number 2, Wonder Girl holding off the one Night Saber, but she really had to work for it, Andy, and she was kind of swapping leads in the stretch, causing her to come out a little bit into the one Night Saber.
Yeah, we'll get the head on, and they can be deceiving. We saw it in the stake yesterday, but she was definitely coming out. Whether or not she was hurting or fouling the number 1 Night Saber remains to be seen, because it did feel like Jamie Torres had more horse sort of coming, even though Night Saber and Irad were making that move. He seemed to have horse, but you know, could see that late steady by Irad. That was at the wire, and I'm just wondering, and we'll try to get that head on and see how much she was drifting, and any of it really matter, whether or not we'll get an inquiry.
Yeah,
And,
it did seem as she was digging in, and sometimes this happens when they'll kind of swap back to the inside left lead, then switch again, and she really kind of has a leaping stride in the way she travels over the grass. And I think that you could see Jamie Torres go right-handed with the crop, and right here she starts to come out a little bit. He immediately corrects her.
Yeah, I don't have any. She's coming out here, though, because you see how much she's gotten off the rail. Now, whether or not it mattered, and, you know, maybe Irad was on the other side of a little hurting, which we don't see that often. She definitely is coming out there and stuff. Obviously, the race was over at that point.
An inquiry and objection sign
there's
up
going to
now.
be one.
2195, the unofficial order of finish. The lights blinking there concerning the top 2 finishers and that drifting there in the stretch. But Jamie Torres, you have to give it to him. He rode aggressively with Wonder Girl, and it was the right move.
I agree. Now, those fractions are obviously ridiculous. They didn't go 49.3 and then go 20 seconds for the next one. So take them all with a grain of salt. Frankly, I thought they were going even slower the first quarter, but the turf is very, very firm. That half fraction's wrong here. We're looking on top here.
Yeah, having a little bit of technical difficulties. We will get you the head-on when available. But again, that inquiry and objection sign blinking there. And here you can see the steward's view. And so I think you'll want to look at the bottom right corner of your screen in particular. So it'll be the yellow cap with Wonder Girl, the number 2, and the number 1 to her outside in the lime green sleeves. As right here she's clear, and then the 1 does come over to engage her a bit, and then she starts to drift out the 2 pretty significantly.
I think you're supposed to take her down.
Yeah.
See what Richie thinks.
Let's go to Richie. He loves when there's some bumper cars out there on the track.
Well, guys, it gives me an opportunity to jump in and put my 2 cents into it as well. I do think that this could warrant a disqualification. To me, the damage was done the first time that the 2-horse Wonder Girl came out into Night Saber. I think that thwarted Night Saber's forward momentum. Now, the second time looked more dramatic because Irad really sold it. It was on the wire. And I don't really think that particular instance would warrant a disqualification, but the first one would. I think that was the one that had the most effect on the outcome.
Richie, do you think an apprentice like Jamie Torres against the leading journeyman rider in Irad Ortiz, do you think that plays into it?
Oh, I definitely think it's a factor. I think that stewards in every jurisdiction have a tendency to give the benefit of the doubt to a seasoned journeyman over an apprentice. Whether that's right or wrong is a whole nother story, but that's the reality of how it's been. Yeah, I mean, they were almost heads up when he herded her out. The contact was minimal, but he did shift ground and substantially. Again, the second time was too late in the game, as far as I'm concerned, to really have an outcome on or an effect on the outcome.
Also, the aggressive left hand, Richie, right? Sort of creating the contact.
Yeah, absolutely. And the filly let him know he was shifting. But listen, they're young riders, an apprentice. You're in the heat of the moment, the battle. You get a little excited. Even though you know your horse is shifting ground, you'll have a tendency to stay with it because they're not getting by you. But we go back to this, Andy. If it's consistent, to me, this warrants a disqualification, but it has to warrant a disqualification anytime you have an instance like this.
Well, Richie, I agree with you, and I also agree with you that in this situation, because it did feel, and listen, I'm not saying that the one was going by. You can never really know. Yeah. People say they were never going by, but it felt like she was, and the contact happened, and it muted her rally. So it's impossible to say that she didn't prevent her from having her best chance to win. Is that fair?
Oh, I think it's more than fair, and especially when you watch the way the contact happens. It's the two-horse Wonder Girl's hip is into the shoulder of the one Knight Saber, and even so much so that it actually turned the two-horse Wonder Girl's body out into her even more when there was that contact. Again, the second time, to me, Irad was selling it, and I don't think that had anything to do with the outcome. But
not that you ever sold him, Richie. No one sold him like my man, the Mig.
You got to be part actor, too.
Absolutely.
You can't. But
it's a dying art.
Jockeys are so multi-talented. Terrific insight, as always, from Richie, a guy that's been there and done that. We love when you have these kinds of situations to be able to hear his 2 cents. And Irad Ortiz standing with Horacio De Paz.
And Irad's going, why is this taking so long?
Right,
Isn't that?
right.
I was thinking
That's
the same thing as you see this.
looking,
And Irad's going, what's going on
He's
here?
like,
What's
he
taking?
drifted into me.
Looking at it, I agree.
He's like, are we looking at the same thing?
There's a change, and Horacio, by the way, never moved.
No.
He didn't flinch. He didn't look stressed. He looks
Horacio,
fine.
Though. He's very
very low key.
Yeah.
Irad, on the other hand, was
new order of finish, and there was a disqualification. I think the three of us agreeing it's the right call, given the drifting from the two Wonder Girls. So new order of finish 1-2-9-5.
And listen, I absolutely understand the frustration.
Of course.
We've all been there. If you bet the two, you're involved with the two, it's incredibly frustrating. There's no question about it. Because you got there and you thought you won. On this case, it was pretty clear there was going to be something. I don't think you can fall. I always felt like when I got disqualified, and I felt like my horse, there's a good chance my horse wouldn't have won if it hadn't committed the foul. It never bothered me that much. I mean, this one, I guess it could be a little bit upsetting because you don't really know, but she really impugned the one's chances of having a fair chance to win the race.
And happening at a pivotal point in the race as well. It was these top two away from the rest of the field and trying close by, having your momentum impeded in the stretch. So the number 2 Wonder Girl disqualified from first to second, and the number 1 Knight Saber elevated to be your new winner. And she breaks her maiden.
Yep. Gets it done, Knight Saber and Horacio De Paz. And we've talked about this before. Horacio's an excellent trainer, and he's well known among players and people that follow the game, but I don't think he's anywhere close to a household name. But if you're going to give me a list of younger people in the game that have a big future ahead of them, I'd include Horacio on there.
He has a big chance to win the stake tomorrow. The Port Washington Runaway Rumor in the opener. Going to be a short price, $10.60 winner for your new order of finish, 1-2-9 in race 2. Yesterday, we saw an upset, in the featured race of the day, the perfect sting. It was Evie Jets wiring the field for the Cantor Massey brothers. A story we've told before, but is worth telling again. They're living the dream, working together, and having success while doing it.
If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honor EP is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well. We talked about the Cantor-Massey brothers with Matt Ken and Ilkay and the work that they've been doing since coming here to America, living their family's dream and having success while doing it. As we saw yesterday in the Perfect Sting when Evie Jets took them gate to wire.
Madkin and İlkay Cantor-Massey grew up in Istanbul, Turkey, watching their father, Tuncay, one of the country's top trainers, win big race after big race.
He was always telling us, I want you guys in the better spot. So he made United States his goal for our future. Oh, you know what? Gallop. Same, back up to wire, same. It worked out pretty good, and then we start with one horse.
This bird can sing. Length and a half at the end. This bird can sing, owned by Cantor-Massey Racing.
5 horse, 10, 15, now we have 23 horses. More than financial, we are doing this with our heart.
I think this is what makes us different than the others. One hand is anything, but two hands make the work, so this is what we're trying to do.
2022 marks the 5th summer the Cantor-Massey brothers have had a stable at Saratoga.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys.
Their good fortunes and long journey is not forgotten.
Beautiful morning in Saratoga. But we worked really hard for these days, you know. This one, she's more calm and going nicer for the rider in the mornings. But whatever happens, teaches you something, so you find your way. I believe we are improving every year better and better. So we see from our mistakes and from the faults to do the better things. Good, Tyson?
Very good.
Okay. Be careful.
It's happy.
Yeah.
Very happy.
Every horse different, and they all want different things. And you have to do what they gonna be good with. Only him and Sierra? Not yet. Most fun part is the afternoons, of course. When you see the horse you are with every day, you feed them, you train them.
Waiting now for Evie Jets. And they're off. The duo of High Opinion and Evie Jets. On the outside, Evie Jets is now coming on quickly. Messidor to take over in deep stretch and win it.
She ran great. I think she just caught at the end. And this is 17 days between her last race. In the future, I'm expecting to, of course, win the stakes races, and which I think it's very soon about to come.
Bobby. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in with us, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon. Our viewers on FS2 just saw a great feature on the Cantor-Massey brothers, Acacia Blunt and Andy Sterling joining you here. As Andy, yesterday in the Perfect Sting, we saw the Cantor-Massey brothers victorious with Evie Jets, a mare that's been so good to them, and they've done a terrific job with her.
Yeah, no question about it. The racetrack where you might not be surprised to hear that everybody doesn't always get along and root for each other to win races. It's tough to find anybody that's not rooting for the Cantor-Masseys to do well. I mean,
everybody likes them.
They're extremely popular for good reason. They really are really good guys, and they do an excellent job. You just have to have the opportunity, and this was such a great claim by them, and also a terrific ride by Javier, sort of taking advantage of the rating technical analysis, who was a heavy favorite and a better horse in life than Evie Jets has been, but she was able to hold her off yesterday for another big win for them, and it's been a great claim, and it's just nice to see them have a chance and get the victory.
Absolutely, brothers Matt Ken and İlkay, a big part of the operation. They do they're really hands-on. Both of them, they're always there at the barn. They do all the work, and great to see that success. So with this, Mayor Evie Jets in the color of Bob Amendola, who sadly passed away. Conferring in the paddock, the Cantor Massey says there's Ilkay on the left, and sadly Bob Amendola passed away. And I remember when Evie Jets won at Aqueduct a few races back, Matt said to me, I think Mr. Bob is watching from up in heaven.
Yeah, no, and Bob Amendola, who was an owner for so many years, when I go back in the 80s, Cedar Valley Farm and the horse with Butch Lenzini, and then Richie mentioned with Alan Iwinski after that as well, and got back in the game and got involved with the Cantor Machis, and it was really a boost to their career. And he is somebody that will be missed. He was a long time owner. He used to have the black and cherry silks with the dots. Very different, like pink, like black and pink.
Yeah. There's Matt Saddling, the number 4, April Antics. His brother Ilkay standing watch in the paddock, as well as we'll get ready for race 3 coming up. The Cantor Massey's sending out April Antics, who finished second last time out. We'll talk a little bit more about that New York Bred Allowance race, April Antics, and the rest of the field when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day of the Races.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Breds start with an advantage. Our New York Breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York Bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York Bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York Bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
I am Larray Visargi. Welcome to Rockridge Stud, a 200-acre farm in the Hudson Valley near the town of Hudson. This is part of the Hudson Valley, so from this farm you can see that's Catskill Mountains, like Bell's Pond is part of the farm as well. This farm is very historic. It's been part of the Livingston Estate. On this farm, many great horses were raised. Make a line and then we'll cut them out one by one, okay? I have actually gotten mares from across the country, as far as California, to breed to our stallions here. So we get them from all over the country to stay and breed with us. I think this place sets us apart from everybody else because we are very much hands-on. We take care of all their paperwork. We take care of their breeding. If they go to Kentucky or stay in New York, we basically accommodate all their needs. Farming is definitely, it's not for everybody, but there's a benefit in doing that. So much quality of life.
We love those New York Breds. You can get more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund by checking out nybreds.com. New York Bred Stakes today and tomorrow, the Hudson Valley this afternoon, and the Port Washington tomorrow. kick off the card. New York Bred Allowance in this third race coming up next, going a mile on the main track for fillies and mares. And right now, Andy, to the outside, it's the number 6 Sweetie, who is currently your favorite at 6-5.
Yeah, how? How is she favored in this race? I mean,
Right.
you and I, in talking about this race earlier, we both agreed, whether right or wrong, that the theme of this race is the lack of pace.
Yes.
And that obviously we feel will work in the favor, or I have to think the eventual favorite, the 3 Harlan's Bond with Irad Ortiz, and works very much against Sweetie, who has absolutely no speed whatsoever. So I am absolutely shocked by this current price. I'm wondering what the morning line was. Yeah, the morning line did not have this horse anywhere.
9 to
And
2 for
I would
Sweetie.
not. I mean, listen, I would not made this horse anywhere close. I'll take a look at what the will pays are, but I can't believe this horse is going to be favored. She's favored in will pays.
Wow, that's a surprise. Well, Javier Castellano in the saddle as he was unseated with that incident in the last race with Keep It Sexy breaking through the gate. For an update on Javier, let's check in with Richie.
Yeah, Case, I went down to the jockey's room. Javier is going to fulfill the rest of his riding engagements. He said that when his filly ran through the doors, he raked his foot along the metal bars there, and it was like a stinger where he didn't feel his foot for a few minutes. Obviously came back, he was walking fine, and everything seems fine. Listen, I know I'm going to sound like a homer saying this because I was a jockey, but I'm just always amazed at how tough these men and women are. They really just go out there and do it against all odds at times. And Javier looks fine and will continue to ride today. The 2-horse here, Reigning Chick, is actually getting a shoe repair right now here in the paddock. She acts like she's handling everything very well. She's not fighting or fussing with the blacksmith or anything. She's standing very well, keeping her composure really nicely here. The 3-horse Harlan's Bond, who I think could play out to be the speed here, and what Andy just mentioned doesn't appear to be a lot of pace sign on here. She looks very, very sharp. I like what I'm seeing from the 3 Harlan's Bond, who could be your pacemaker. The 4 April Antics, also acting pretty sharp. She's not a lot to her, not a real big filly, a little bit on the light side, but she was acting really good when they put the saddle on her, kind of settled in nicely now, taking a walk. And the 5-horse Duck Fat, this is just an observation. I want to see horses sweat today, and at this moment, she's just too dry for me. If you see a horse that's dry, I'm going to downgrade them a lot on a day like this. They need to sweat. I'm going to keep an eye on her as she warms up and how she acts on the racetrack. We will have a little bit of a delay here, guys, as they still continue to do the shoe repair on the 2-horse Reigning Chick.
All right, Richie, thank you, and thank you for that update. There's Javier. Great to see him in the paddock, and Richie's absolutely right. These men and women are so, so tough.
I don't think Richie's being a homer on that one.
That's true.
I mean, I don't think anybody would argue with that. Even people like me who like to beat up on jockeys a little bit, I have the utmost respect. And I think you could say that about every fan, even people that are hard on the jockeys. We have the utmost respect. They have a very dangerous job. It's a dangerous job that they've chosen, and they'll say the same thing. Nonetheless, it's a very dangerous job. And you think of Javier, thrown from that horse, had some issues, and he's right back riding and seems to be very happy about it, actually. Even with Gary Siaka, which is even more amazing.
Well, I was going to say, what's the old racing adage? The first person you see at the track? I saw Gary Siaka in the deli this morning.
I'm sorry.
So.
Did he pick up the check for you?
No, he did not.
I'm going to speak to him about that.
He just stopped and said good morning. I was getting a salad. I've left for lunch.
That's
later,
all he said was
so.
good morning. He didn't make any jokes. He didn't have any,
No,
didn't make
was
fun of
very
your
well
husband or
behaved.
anything.
No,
he didn't do anything.
he calls himself Miguel's Italian uncle. Yeah.
Miguel's such a lucky guy.
We love Gary. But yeah, he's the first person I saw this morning, so that's the 7-5. I'm sure that explains it all. That said.
And you've been in a great mood today, too, which really is even more shocking now. You see Gary, then you spend an hour with me on Talking Horses, you're on with me, and you still maintain a good mood. There's something wrong here. There's something wrong.
The number 3 Harlan's Bond. We saw Dave Duncan and Rad Ortiz sitting on the bench chatting while we have, as Richie mentioned, that slight delay with Reigning Chick getting the shoe repair. But Harlan's Bond, this is her debut when she won, Andy. I think we were of the same thought that she just is the quickest early of these.
And this is the first chance she's had since her debut where she could be on the lead.
Right.
And maybe she just faced tougher horses, and it's not as though she ran this huge race that day, but maybe getting on the lead today will make her more brave. I got to tell you, I don't pick a lot of the horses Irad rides because he seemed to take too much money. And a good case in point was the ridiculous underlay on that Todd Pletcher maiden in yesterday's last race. I mean, obviously a contender in the race, but nothing more than one of the ones that could win, and ended up even money or 4 to 5. And I think you and I both expected, well, we're picking Irad. She's the obvious sort of speed on paper. She'll be a short price. And right now, she's the third choice in there. Maybe she'll drift down later. We'll see. But the favorite in the double is the number 6, Sweetie.
Do you think it could be seen as a little bit of a negative that the 3 Harlan's Bond is not the favorite with Irad Ortiz aboard?
I mean, we tend to think that way sometimes. The money's very smart, but she is a little on the slow side, to be fair. It's not as though she has figures that make her a horse to beat in this race. Our feeling is tactically that she may have an advantage, but maybe it's just not as obvious. And obviously they're going for Sweetie here. Maybe it's just a lot of fans of Jane Campion are betting on the races today.
Maybe so. Sweetie, who won first time out at a huge price, and she's a very, very big mare by FNX, and she was 4 wide last time out. Maybe it's the angle of Javier Castellano stays, and there's Irad and Dave Donk. Spent many a day enjoying those benches in between races. That's the best spot in the paddock.
It is. It's a little bit. Yeah, look at that. Well, Ira got put up. He's in front of his brother now. He's happy again.
Yeah.
He's feeling the heat. And those benches are a nice, cooler place to sit.
Yeah, the best spot in the shade of the white pine in the Belmont paddock. And there's the horse they'll team up with Harlan's Bond. But again, back to Sweetie. Maybe it's the angle that Javier stays after a disappointing effort last out.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't run well. She can win this race, I guess. I just worry that from a tactical standpoint, she's really up against it. What she has the same thing going for her, though, Sweetie, that Harlan's Bond does, in that both of them are lightly raced. Yes. The one horse, 17 chances. The 2, 16. The fairness of the 2, she's 4 for 16 Reigning Chick. So she has at least gotten it done in claiming races, but you see 2 for 23, 1 for 19, and these horses have just run a handful of times.
As far as the 2 Reigning Chick, as we see them get the call for riders up now, she had that shoe repair in the paddock. Seems like she handled everything just fine. She is a filly that she does not handle kickback well. You even watch back even last time to her last race. Jose Ortiz took her back and out when she was drawn towards the inside. She's drawn towards the inside yet again, and she's still in the back there. It looks like as they're getting the call for riders up, she'll probably get Jose Ortiz up in the stall over there where she was having that shoe repair. But she is a horse that does not handle kickback well.
And I'm always surprised when a horse that's had as much experience as Reigning Chick has had, she's run 16 times, still has a problem with kickback, because often it's something you'll see with 2-year-old first-time starters, or maybe even a 3-year-old first-time starter, but they're just not used to it, and they haven't been there. And I feel like usually when they've had a number of starts, they get more accustomed to it. They're not as surprised by it. But that doesn't mean that it's the same for every of them. They're individuals.
Certainly, and they have their own little quirks and everything, just as we do. Reigning Chick is
one
of those.
I have no quirks.
You have, you're perfect.
I have no, it's absolutely true. Thank you for that.
Reigning Chick.
You're one of the few people that recognizes that about me occasionally. It's one of the reasons I like you.
That explains it. The number 2, Reigning.
You and my mom seem to see my perfection.
Reigning Chick. Yes, she had that shoe repair. And sometimes things can happen. They can step on themselves. Their shoe can come a little bit loose. But as mentioned earlier, there's always a blacksmith in the paddock to take care of any of those situations if we need a quick shoe repair beforehand. So she is heading out from the paddock and all set to go.
Well, that's 2 races in a row where there have been Peter Walder, right? And the horse was scratched in the last race,
I know,
acting up, and
afternoon here.
And the shoe. Yeah, it's not a great start. Just had his 1,000th win, as you pointed out. We've got the sign upstairs. I almost brought it down for you because I see you had some sign envy when you were bringing that up the other day.
Well, no, I was
his 1,000th
wanting
win.
to point out a milestone.
I know, and I thought we should have brought the sign. I told Keith up in press that we should bring it there.
I think, that's where
we have one too. If I could probably steal it for you.
We should
put it up in the office.
Live in your office.
I think it should be in your office. Would Maggie be okay with that? You got to clear it with her first.
We do. Maggie and I share an office. I'll put it up at Paul's desk. That's my idea.
Paul loves a gift.
Paul loves anything like that. Race number 3 coming up next. We're all set. Horses stepping onto the track. Starting things off with the number 1, Racing Colors.
Yeah, Racing Colors is going to have to run the very best race she's run to be competitive in here.
She's a big, big price right now. Next will be the number 3, Harlan's Bond.
And the money has come in. She's now almost favored at 2-1, and both you and I think that Irad has a good chance to open up a 2-win lead on his brother with a lot of racing left to go.
Yeah, plenty of opportunities. Here's the Cantor-Massey brothers in their charge at the number 4, April Antics.
I thought you made a reasonably good point about her. In fact, a good point about her in that the 3 is the speed, but she shouldn't be compromised and that she should have good position.
There's the 5 at Duck Fat.
Yeah, Duck Fat is she's just been disappointing. She broke her maiden and she actually ran okay, but she's had her chance and then disappointed.
Sweetie, 2-1 right now.
Yeah, she's the co-favorite right now with Javier, and we wish Javier luck, and he deserves to come back after that incident in the second race and do well, and the public seems to think she will. I think she's going to be pace compromised. I think you agree.
And last out in the post parade will be the number 2, Reigning Chick, all set to go after that shoe repair.
I liked her a little more than you did. I picked her second in this race, thought she had the races, and maybe she's finding herself in a much easier non-winners of one New York bred race than her last couple of starts.
Yes, it's a very good point. She's been at the same level, but she was facing much tougher horses in her last 2 races versus what she finds in here today.
Yeah, we'll see, though. Her last race was such a complete disaster.
Yes.
It's hard to take horses, I find, off of terrible efforts. Because, that you hear people say, throw out their last. Why? I want somebody to tell me why I'm supposed to. And
Unless
sometimes you
there's a
can
legit reason,
come up with a reason. It's not a throw out. It's say, this is why the horse, in my opinion at least, ran poorly. I don't have an excuse for the last. It wasn't a lost crop, I'll tell you that.
No, she was already beaten well before that. Well, for more on this field as they hit the track, let's check in with Richie trackside.
Yeah, guys, we'll start with the 3, Harlan's Bond, who does appear to me to be the most likely pace setter, but you never know what connections' intentions are. So I went right to the source. I asked Dave Donk what, the game plan was. He says she likes to be forward. He expects her to be on the lead, would like to see her on the lead. He said she's a little one pace, but she'll stay. And with horses like that, you want to lean more on their stamina than expecting them to change gears or accelerate, if you will, which is not how dirt racing is run anyway. And speed is always dangerous, particularly in what appears to be a paceless affair. The 6, Sweetie, who's your favorite, I tell you, I didn't realize there was as much substance to Sweetie as there is. I mean, she's just a big, solid, really good-looking filly for a horse they didn't pay a lot of money for. She's dappled out. She's run some good races, but I do think she's hurt by the lack of pace in here. But from a physical perspective, I honestly took me a little bit by surprise, as good as she looks. And then the 2-horse Reigning Chick, who had that shoe repair, she looks fine on the racetrack. She handled everything pretty well. They were having a little trouble getting the shoe on, even though she was standing good. Talked with Peter Walder, and Peter said, well, I'm having one of those days. And I said, well, yeah, sometimes you're the hammer and sometimes you're the nail.
We'll see if things can turn around for the barn. Richie, thank you. Good to see Reigning Chick all settled out there on the racetrack. 8-5 still on Sweetie to the
money's
outside.
pouring in late again for Sweetie, and she is clearly going to be favored in this race. And I like Harlan's Bond. I'm with you and Richie, and we're all together in this one for better or worse.
We stick together. We're a team.
Yes, I reckon blame us. With a horse like this, and I'm sure Irad's well aware of that, his job is to put her in the front. From there, it's the horse's job to get to the winner's circle. Rider can only do so much in a situation, and you just have to give them their best chance to win. And she does have the most speed of anybody in this race, and you want to take advantage of that because she's not better than the horses in this race. She's not going to likely win this race without some kind of tactical advantage. And her tactical advantage is a tactical disadvantage for Sweetie, which is, I think, the reason that we prefer her so much to Sweetie. Whether we're right or wrong, we'll find out.
Irad Ortiz, 1 up now over his brother Jose Ortiz in the riding title, as there are still 4.5 days of racing left at this Belmont Park meet. A lot can happen in the jockey riding title as far as that's concerned. They'll make it interesting, that I am sure of. Loading in for race 3 at Belmont Park, John Imbriel is the call.
Waiting now for Duck Fat and Sweetie. in the gate. And they're off. Bit of an awkward beginning there for number 2, Reigning Chick, but now she's coming on through and is going to challenge for the lead. Reigning Chick up to challenge Harlan's Bond for the lead. Reigning Chick with a head in front. Harlan's Bond is right there in second, 2.5 lengths to Sweetie, who runs in third. April Antics is next in fourth. Racing Colors down at the rail, and Duck Fat is the trailer in sixth. Up the backstretch, Reigning Chick steps away here to lead by 2.5 lengths. Harlan's Bond is in second, the opening quarter mile, 23 seconds. April Antics down at the rail in third, 5.5 from the lead. Then comes Sweetie and another 3.5 lengths to the 2 trailers, Racing Colors and Duck Fat. So it is Reigning Chick with a 3-length lead. Harlan's Bond is next in second. The favorite Sweetie on the outside in third. Then April Antics, half mile, 46 and 3. Reigning Chick maintaining the lead here. The lead is down to a half length over Harlan's Bond. Then it's Sweetie, third by a head. April Antics down at the rail. Racing Colors and Duck Fat, those 2 are at the back. Now it's 3 across as Sweetie ranges up on the outside to challenge Harlan's Bond and Reigning Chick. 3/4 went in 1:12 and 3. And it is Sweetie who now takes over the lead. Sweetie is in front. April Antics on the outside gains into second. And now they're at the 8th pole. Sweetie and April Antics on the outside. And the 2 of them are 1-2 with less than a 16th to the finish. It is Sweetie with the lead. April Antics in second. And Sweetie has gotten the job done by a little more than a length. April Antics was second. Duck Fat came on for third.
Javier Castellano visits first aid, decides to ride the rest of the card, and comes right back to the winner's circle. Sweetie gets the victory.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's hard on paper to have imagined that Reigning Chick would run off like a rabbit in here in a wicked fast pace and obviously eliminate any chance that Harlan's Bond may have had and set up a fast pace for Sweetie. But, I mean, she got it done. She was more forward. The pace was fast. She held off the closer, the 4 April Antics. And honestly, how did they know this horse was going to win today?
It was because I saw Gary Siaka at the deli.
Probably was. Yeah. This is bizarre. Listen, I missed her, and I was wrong about it, but I still don't know how they could imagine that, how you could possibly have predicted that she would be a heavy favorite in this race. But she was, and she won.
3-2, and she lived up to it. She won. Never switched to the outside lead, but didn't matter. She was going best. April Antics, we showed that feature in the Cantor Mossies. She finished well to be second, but no catching the winner. It was 6-4, 5-1 as the 3 and the 2 eliminated, given that very quick pace that we saw.
No, but, the thing about it is it's not like she won a meltdown. I mean, she was sitting third and fourth, Sweetie. She was right there. So it's not like she took advantage. I mean, yeah, she got a good trip, but it's not like it was a total fall apart and she was sitting dead last. She was sitting fairly close to the pace in there and just swallowed them up. The money was absolutely right. Obviously, I misread it. So, I mean, may just be a case where I didn't see it.
The 2
Others who were smarter did.
She went right out to the front. And
after breaking slowly.
After breaking slowly, she rushed up. And I thought that was an interesting move, given the fact that she doesn't like kick back. And we saw it there in that close-up shot a bit. Was told Jose Ortiz lost his crop. That's now twice in a row with this filly.
And interestingly enough, the race basically fell apart besides the 2 and 3, right? They finished well back, given the pace. And that's a wicked pace for this level of horse. Right. I mean, they came the last half mile in 52.5 seconds, roughly, after going the first in 46.5 seconds, so almost 6 seconds slower. Yeah. Over 30 lengths slower to the second half. That's a lot. And it was obviously a quick pace, but I wouldn't say that Sweetie just fell into it as much as she was always winning this race.
Javier Castellano, all smiles, and I'm sure he's glad he stuck around to ride. Got another victory. Gary Siaka, the trainer, 3-2 on Sweetie. When we come back, we'll talk about the Chad Brown Barns looking for his first Belmont Derby victory. Could potentially get it with Kalik, who is 3 for 3 this year, coming off of a win in the Pennine Ridge after wiring the field. More on that group after this.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm here in the winner's circle with Javier Castellano, Hall of Famer Javier Castellano, who also won this year's Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes. And Javier, nice trip here with Sweetie. She really put herself much closer to the pace today.
She really did reach the way she did it today. She started figuring it out little by little, race by race. I think the way she did it today, very kind, pro well out of the gate. He put himself in good position in the race. That's a big advantage for that kind of type of horse to get better and better and better.
You know, Javier, too, like watching you ride and obviously with all the experience you have, it seems to me now like horses run better for you the second time. Like you figure them out. It seems like you really get to understand horse after you've ridden them a time or two.
Absolutely. Everything helps a little bit when you get on the first time. You learn something for the process, and you put it together for the next race. And that's a big advantage when you work horses in the morning or you ride a horse for first time start, and you learn how the process is going to go. And you approach it the second time, it's just going to be the better result.
Well, terrific trip today. Now, you came off the last race. Horse acted up in the gate with you. You hit your foot, got checked out at first aid. How are you feeling?
I feel great. Thank lucky, you know, you got to be aware, you know, and every single step away in the race, especially in the gate, sometimes horses, they react a little bit, they get nervous, hot, and I think the horse brought the gate. And lucky, you know, I come out pretty good and feel good, and let's win a couple more races today.
I love it, guys. Off the mat, right into the winner's circle. That's what champions do.
I love my guy.
Javier Castellano, a true champion and a great role model to so many jockeys as well. And as we've been talking about, Andy, just having a terrific year. And he's going potentially for his seventh Travers this summer.
Wow.
Right?
Well, he had that summer where
he
won 5 or 6 of the big Saturday stakes at Saratoga, including the Travers and the Alabama for Tony Dutrow. Listen, Javier needs no introduction. There's just some people that forgot how many Eclipse Awards he won, and it's great to see him riding back at the top of this game.
Good to see him back in the winner's circle, back in the gate after that incident in the second race. But Sweetie, the victory there in race number 3. Coming up this following weekend on Saturday, the Belmont Derby. We'll be drawing that card in just a little bit. It'll be a 12-race card that we have to look forward to in the Belmont Derby. Always a fun one, Andy, as you do often get a chance to see some European invaders with some of the local North American horses, including Kalik for trainer Chad Brown. He's been very good this year. He's very sharp, energetic type, but he wired the field in the Pennine Ridge, beating Farbridge and Silver Knot, who he'll potentially rematch with.
And Chad's going to have 2 very different runners in this race. Kalik, who's been able to control on the front end and also run extremely well, but the fact he's been able to set these paces really helped him. Now, we draw the race today, we'll see how the pace looks on paper in here, and that's helped him. Farbridge seems to be a little bit of a quirky horse and sort of makes tougher trips for himself than he should. Silver Knot, all of these horses will be back. Silver Knot is the bit of a disappointing horse for Charlie Appleby. Charlie not necessarily finding it as easy this year as it has in past years. That's the way the game works. I don't think he is the toughest European in here and not the likely favor. And Chad's other horse, Redistricting, off a maiden win coming in this race.
He was very impressive.
He's to be that aggressive with him, he is a very dangerous horse.
It'll be fun to see how they line up. Kalik, the top 3 finishers, in fact, coming out of that Pennine Ridge, and we'll see how they fare getting in a little bit more distance and some tougher competition as well. And you always wonder what kind of European horses will come over. We've already seen kind of what to expect with the likes of Silver Knot. And you pointed out, which I think correctly so, the Foxes for Andrew Balding. Looks like he could be a really tough and intriguing runner, a Group 2 winner coming over in the Dante Stakes. We'll take a look.
You'll see him move inside of horses, and he'll eventually drift. He'll come over the far left, and then he'll drift over the far right in the late stages. He's coming off a 5th place finish in the Epsom Derby, but a race that has proven to be extremely formful. Yeah. It's the Epsom Derby, so not surprising, but do we have 2 winners at Ascot coming out of that race, or a win and a 2nd place finish?
Yes, it's been very live moving forward.
And these, to be fair, it's going to take, if he's able to run the kind of race he's run over there, it's going to take a very good performance by one of our horses to beat him. These Euros, they're often a little bit tougher. Now, you take a horse like Redistricting, he's a Kingman. He lacks the seasoning, and that may be his undoing in that race, perhaps, but he has also got that European pedigree as well.
It'll be fun. Belmont Derby coming up on Saturday. Also the Belmont Oaks as we get ready to kick off this Turf Triple Turf Tiara series as we see who could potentially line up as far as the fillies are concerned. And Chad Brown with strong chances as well, including Prerequisite, who looks to be very, very talented coming off of that win in the Wonder again. We welcome in for the first time today Maggie Wolfendale here with us. And Maggie, we always look forward to these 3-year-olds this time of year, and particularly with some special runners in that Belmont Oaks.
Yeah, as we see the traditional local prep in the Wonder again, where Prerequisite, where I respect her wholeheartedly, she was able to set the pace when the rails were down on the inner turf course. So she kind of got the run of the race, where Be Your Best, who I was very interested in, making her second start of her 3-year-old season for Horacio de Paz, she was kind of on a wider chase, not hung out to dry. She got to save ground in some places, but tipped 3 wide, turning for home, and nearly got to Prerequisite. And for me, I thought Be Your Best really improved from 2 to 3. So I'm hoping that she can step up and turn the tables, but no doubt about it, Prerequisite is a nice filly, and at least she has a little bit of that tactical advantage of being forward throughout. Keisha?
And we'll see how it plays out. Maggie, should be fun as far as that Belmont Oaks and Derby coming up on Saturday, the final big races of this Belmont Park meet before we head up to Saratoga.
Yeah, some other good races as well. The Suburban will be run, the Victory Ride, which is a prep for our test. One of the biggest races this summer, and that could be a heck of a race.
I was just going to say that. The test could be loaded this summer.
No question. It'd be interesting. Pretty Mischievous could well be turning back in that race and not running the CCA Oaks. That's where the connections were at least suggested could happen.
Here's a look at next week's stake schedule. Again, we have New York Bred Stakes in the spotlight today and tomorrow. Then we're dark for a couple of days and back Friday, Saturday, Sunday to wrap up the Belmont Park meet. And here's the stake schedule for that final few days of racing before we head north up to Saratoga, and plenty of action still to come. Taking a look at the field for race 4 up next. It's a $25,000 claiming race going a mile on the main track for 3-year-olds and upward. And 6 to 5 on Valenzen Day, who was helped by the scratch in here, Andy, of Super Quality. Valenzen Day could be the controlling speed from the inside.
Yeah, the scratch of the number 6 Super Quality changed the race a great deal, and Valenzen Day and Chiquitico become the sort of forward horses and now an even more extreme paceless race, and that helps his chances. But he is a horse for Linda Rice that has been running in straight 3-year-old races and faces olders, for better or worse, for the first time, I believe.
The number 4, Bert, last out winner. Bit of a price at 6 to 1, but Kendrick Carmouche has been having himself a good couple of days. We'll learn a little bit more about his favorite race, his favorite saying, Louisiana in the house. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Accelerate, a 5-time Grade 1 winner with over $6 million in earnings. In 2018 alone, he won the Santa Anita Handicap, the Gold Cup, the Pacific Classic by a record-setting 12.5 lengths, the Awesome Again, and bested a world-class field in the Breeders' Cup Classic. A grandson of legendary Lanes End stallion Smart Strike, Accelerate stands to continue his grandsire's legacy at Lanes End.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
My favorite race is Cigar Mile 2020 True Timber. I know how much my horse loves the sloppy track. I got outside position, you got speed horses, and you the horse that can sit right behind them. Jack Stinson, he texted me that morning, Kendrick, what do you think? I said, don't worry about it, brother, I got you. My horse break good. I want to send him a little bit so I can let him relax a little bit going down the chute. Down the backside, I wasn't worried about the kickback. Even within the 16th of a mile at the gate, a couple dirt hit him, he didn't even mind. He just shake his head and he just kept running through it. At the 3/8 pole, I asked him and he moved up so sweet. I mean, he was right in my hand the whole time. And once I got to the quarter pole, I just pulled the trigger. You know, I figured if I pull the trigger, it's gonna be hard to beat me from here to make up the ground on a sealed racetrack. When I got to the 8 pole and I started asking him, I mean, you can feel the horse responding.
True Timber is going to pull off the upset here in the Grade 1 Cigar Mile.
For my mom, my dad, and my wife and my kids, I know how much it meant for them just as much as it meant for me, you know. The fist pump at the wire explains it all. And I'm saying to myself, man, I think this is a Grade 1.
Was this a Grade 1? Oh, this is my first Grade 1. Oh, we got out Grade 1, baby.
Coming from Louisiana to win one of these races, the Cigar Mile, and the African-American jockey, for myself, for my family, for the people that's out there that's seeing this and never thought it could be done. It can be done if you work hard.
Kendrick Carmouche coming off of a multi-win day yesterday, his strong, aggressive rides, and always love a chance to catch up with Kendrick and look at how he looks at a race. And yesterday he told Richie, Andy, he said, you know, I don't always get calls on the best horses, so I make the most of what I have, and that's one thing you certainly can rely on Kendrick for.
Well, I mean, that was the case, the horse he rode, he's talking about in the 8th race yesterday, is a case in point where Kendrick took advantage in that situation of a horse that had enough speed that with an aggressive ride, he could be a player in there in a race that was somewhat devoid of speed, and he was aggressive. Didn't even break that sharp from the rail, but he sent with a purpose, and he was able to control that race, and that was an excellent ride by Kendrick there, and he definitely took advantage of that opportunity.
Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard the number 4, Burt. He won with him last time out. That was in the non-winners of 2 conditions, so stepping up to face the next level. There's the one Valenzen Day, first off the reclaim for trainer Linda Rice. And as we touched on before the break, the scratch of the other name Speed with super quality coming out could be a big advantage for Valenzen Day.
Well, I mean, that's sort of the point, right, is that there really isn't a lot of speed. Now, I don't think that Chiquitico's that slow, and Chiquitico potentially could be a little bit forward here, but just doesn't seem like much speed. Valenzen Day's okay. He should have probably got the job done here. Maybe he ran a little better on the dry track 2 back. He's got plenty of figs that make sense. You and I were talking about it in the show. Linda claimed the horse about 2.5 months ago. You always have to ask yourself, what took so long to get back to the races? Was it by design? Were there issues? Does it matter? Keisha, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if it matters.
I don't know either. And
I'll tell you after the race.
It's right. I do think it's worth raising the question because he's 6-5. Claimed in April. We don't see him until July. And also, I know that she lost him for $25,000, but she claimed him back for $32,000. And now we see him in for $25,000. And he's obviously run against some tougher races with Linda and with Rudy Rodriguez, who previously had him. But I think the drop off the reclaim, the layoff line, maybe just something to ask at 6-5.
So we drew this card on Friday. Is there anything to be said for the fact that maybe Linda was waiting for Saratoga with him, but then she said, oh, I'm in a battle to win the title here.
Absolutely.
He's live. This race come up. I want to run it here to get another win to win this title.
Absolutely.
I mean, this is all conjecture on our part, and we could
be
be way off on everything. But I think it's important to think about those things. I was talking about it in the next race with you, a race we won't be on air, but the first-time starter with a big pedigree for Chad Brown, Shelley. Chad Brown has a lot of horses, but he doesn't have an abundance of older New York-bred maidens. So I wondered, and I picked the horse second, I think, and you did too. We think this horse is very dangerous, but I wonder a little bit if she was really that good, would he have waited for Saratoga to run her to get that win up in Saratoga?
Yeah, we'll find out. That's an intriguing race coming up in the next one, that maiden special weight on the turf. But first, we have this horse race. There's Kendrick Carmouche heading out. Burt will be his mount. The pick 6 starting here, and even money on Valenzen Day. The number 3, Blue Grotto, taking a lot of money as well. And I know you and I both like this horse, Andy. It's just that while Valenzen Day was helped with the scratch, Blue Grotto was really hurt with the scratch because he has no early speed.
No, and it's a very important factor in talking about dynamics, because having a horse like the 6 Super Quality, I think both you and I had our issues with him as being a likely winner. But if you're right, in a horse like Super Quality, had he run, is not going to be effective, it means that it's going to help the closers because he's going to set a pace and then he's going to come back, and it will help the closers enough that because it'll hurt the other speed types. So with him coming out, I think it compromises a Blue Grotto and it helps a Valenzen Day. I still think Blue Grotto is dangerous. I'm a little surprised, even though I picked the race 1-3, that these two horses have completely separated themselves from the field. They're betting this race like it's 2 horses and nobody else.
I thought the number 7, Cumberland Blue, is a little interesting, getting back to what is obviously his preferred surface. And he's not too slow early. He's not going to be completely compromised in here.
No, and I think Joel's got to get him in some kind of position early. I picked him 3rd. I don't think he's impossible at all. I prefer him over the others. Burt kind of found the right field last time. And Cheeky 2, I preferred this one, the other Noda.
Heading out for race number 4, we'll meet the field, starting off with your current favorite, Valenzen Day.
Well, it's not over till it's over, but a win here by Valenzen Day, and Jose Ortiz pulls within 1 from his brother, and Linda Rice would be 6 in front of Chad Brown.
She's had a tremendous meet on track now to win the training title. Here's the number 2, Union Lights.
Union Lights ran a credible race 2 back that would give him a chance. And listen, I always feel like Michelle Nevin's horses at big prices are worth a second look.
Absolutely. We'll see if this one can do anything at 16-1. There's the number 3, Blue Grotto.
Will he be case compromised? Can Rudy get a little more speed into him? Will Manny be able to be more aggressive with him?
Does not have any early speed. We'll see how it plays out. There's number 4, Burt with Kendrick Carmouche.
Got it done last time out. He is a horse that has some issues coming out of the gate, and that could compromise him, especially in this race.
He kind of runs high-headed, too. It doesn't seem like the easiest
tricky horse.
Traveling throughout the race, yeah. Getting that big Kendrick Carmouche warm-up as well. The 5, Cheeky Tico, is somewhere out there. He's hiding. There he is. He didn't want the post parade there. Blinkers on this horse today.
He figures to be somewhat forward here, which could probably help the chances of the 7, Cumberland Blues, but I guess he's not impossible in here.
See what those blinkers do. And speaking of the 7, there he is, Cumberland Blues.
I always root for Grateful Dead named horses in here, and I don't think he's impossible. Can he get the right stalking trip?
For more on this field, let's check in with Maggie Treckside.
We'll take a look at number 1, your current heavy favorite, Valenzen Day, who Linda could not wait to get back into the claim box to take back. And this is having some separation between his races. One of the best times I've seen him as far as conditioning. He always kind of had a bit of a weaker top line. That's kind of filled out, rounded out. But in the same breath, he does look fit here. Also one that has pushed me away at times watching him warm up. And he's moving really well today. The one thing I can say, though, and Richie brought the point up earlier, and it could mean nothing with regards to him, but he's very, very quiet in the paddock. He was pretty much the only horse that didn't get sprayed off, and he didn't have an ounce of sweat on him, and I'm not seeing much more in him as he continues to be very, very quiet out on the racetrack. So just something to think about on a hot day, a horse that might not be able to process the heat as well as some of the others. Number 3, who tactically I can't say I like his running style, but Blue Grotto looked so much more fit than what he did in that first start back from the February to May layoff. He looks like a different horse here for Rudy Rodriguez, and I'm going to bank on the fact that Rudy can put just a touch of more early pace into him. I'm going to take my chances with him here today, though I totally heed the fact that there isn't as much pace for him. But this is more just a visual pick and the improvement that I've seen from his last start to this one. And then there's number 7, Cumberland Blues, a horse that I've tried many times to get to the winner's circle, but he's the one that has raced the most recently. And you can tell it's kind of taking effect. A horse that has typically carried really great weight and conditioning, not quite the case today. You know, it just happens with horses that are run frequently. I get where he could sit the right trip in here. He could be forward just enough on the outside, but I've just seen him look a bit better than what he does on this particular day. Acacia?
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll see how he handles it. He will rematch with Cheeky Tico, his former stablemate, as we'll take a look at this June 4th race. Obviously, it's not a turf horse, and he ran fine this afternoon. They were both beaten by Hang Tight.
One of the things you were saying on Talking Horses why you liked his chance today is you thought he looked so good last time.
I know, so I don't like hearing what Maggie has to say today.
Yeah, and that is a concern there. And your feeling was he looked good, but he was on the wrong surface last time, which I think we all agree with. We'll see. I mean, he's not impossible in here. Listen, it's not taking any genius from either me or Maggie to realize the 1 and 3. Everybody's figured that out. And, you know, originally I was very much with Maggie on Blue Grotto, and I don't have any disagreement with anything she said.
I agree.
It's just, this was one where if the 6 had never been entered in here, and I had handicapped this race without the 6, I would have picked Valenzen Day. I just thought the 6 would inject enough speed in here. But there's a real possibility off the claim with Manny Franco's aggressive that maybe he's at least more closer today. But he is a horse that just has a habit of lagging way back.
He really does. We'll see if he can get into the race a little bit more early on. The pace from the inside could be the number 1 Valenzen Day, who might benefit from the way this race will play out. After the scratches, we'll see if Linda Rice can pick up another one and extend her lead in that training title. Loading in, Valenzen Day will go first. Jose Ortiz, currently 1 behind his brother Irad. 3-2 on the number 3 Blue Grotto. We'll try to get into the race a little bit sooner on. Pick 6 kicking off here. Good luck if you're playing. We'll send it up to John and Brielle for the call for race 4 at Belmont.
Waiting for Bert, Cheeky Tico, and Cumberland Blues. Set for the start. And they're off. Cheeky Tico going out for the lead. Valenzen Day now moves up at the rail. Valenzen Day to the front. Cheeky Tico and Union Lights are heads apart, 2nd and 3rd. Cumberland Blues runs in 4th. And then it's almost 4 lengths back to Blue Grotto and Bert at the back. Valenzen Day leads here by a length. And then comes a Union Lights. And on the outside is Cheeky Tico. Cheeky Tico 2nd by a head. And down at the rail is Union Lights in 3rd, the quarter 1 in 23, and 4/5 seconds. It is Valenzen Day with the lead here. Cheeky Tico and Union Lights remain 2nd and 3rd. Cumberland Blues is in 4th. Then comes Bert, who has moved up a spot. Blue Grotto is now the trailer, and Blue Grotto is about 9 lengths from front-running Valenzen Day, who ran the half in 47 and 2. Valenzen Day leads by a length. Cheeky Tico remains in 2nd, and Union Lights is down at the rail, 2.5 lengths to Cumberland Blues, followed by Bert, and Blue Grotto. It is Valenzen Day with the lead as they come for the head of the stretch. Valenzen Day by 3 lengths. Union Lights has moved into 2nd. Cheeky Tico is now back in 3rd. Cumberland Blues down towards the rail. It is Valenzen Day with the lead. Union Lights running in 2nd. Valenzen Day in front by 3. Then Union Lights. Then Cumberland Blues. They come on for the finish, and it is Valenzen Day with Jose Ortiz. Union Lights was 2nd, Cumberland Blues, and Blue Grotto.
Valenzen Day tactically had the advantage as we discussed, and now Linda Rice 6 up in the run for that training title.
Sometimes horse racing makes no sense, and I think that's sometimes what we kind of like about it, the challenge, and sometimes it makes too much sense. And in this particular situation, he was the controlling speed, and he did just that, and he was just too good for these. And, you know, it's funny, Mag and I talked about it. We both sort of hoped that Rudy could get a little speed into him, and I think Manny tried. He broke well.
With Blue Grotto.
I mean, Blue Grotto just lags in the back of packs. He didn't do any running, but this pace, you compare, these horses are significantly better than the ones who ran the race before it, and their half was a good second to a second and a half slower than the other race. This was a very relatively tepid pace.
1, 2, 7, 3 in the fourth Valenzen Day with Jose Ortiz in the saddle, back to being tied with his brother Irad in the riding title. Valenzen Day off the reclaim for Linda Rice gets the victory. Union Lights was kind of up close and was able to hold on for second at a big price, but if you liked him tactically as well, these Michelle Nevin horses have been running really, really well lately.
Yeah, I am a proud member of the Michelle Nevin fan club. I think she's a terrific trainer. And when she gets an opportunity, she always exceeds expectations.
22-1 on Union Lights, checking in second behind your even money favorite Valenzen Day. 1, 2, 7, 3 is Andy. We spent a lot of time together, and now it's time for us to say farewell.
It's been real. I'm getting a little teary leaving you. I'm not going to see you tomorrow, and
and I'm off next week. So
Are you?
I'll see you in Saratoga.
I'll see you in Saratoga. I'm off Saturday and Sunday. We'll see you up there.
See you in Saratoga.
All right, we'll see you too.
Don't you run away, because there's still plenty of action to come. Greg Wolf coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. He'll be joined by Paul LaDuca and Richard Migliori, and it's all in the family. We'll learn a little bit more about the Bond family and why being a family affair has worked out so well for them, both on and off the racetrack.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blade continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000. I'm at 85, 85, 485,000. Thank you.
Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2 as Valenzen Day, a popular winner of today's fourth race. And I'm standing by with the meet's leading trainer, up by 6 now, Linda Rice. And Linda, Valenzen Day was an immediate reclaim by you. Talk a little bit about the decision to go back into the claim box for him.
Yeah, you know, I thought that he's a 3-year-old and that I'd probably run in some straight 3-year-old races this spring. And he looked like he'd be, you know, the favorite or one of the favorites in every 3-year-old race for about 40,000, but we struggled to get a race to fill. So we had to eventually find a spot that we thought that we could run, and he was eligible, and he'd be competitive. So here we are.
Oh, those 3-year-old races are tough to go sometimes. Do want to talk to you about Cold Hard Cash coming back in today's Hudson Valley, making his seasonal debut. What are you expecting going the mile as he's turning back?
It's a bit short for him, but we've been a little anxious to get him going as well. He was in a 3 other than allowance on the day that we canceled for the smoke air quality, and so that race didn't come back. When it did, it didn't fill. So we find ourselves here today. So it's just a place to get started, and then at that point I'd like to stretch him out to longer distances. He seems to relish the longer distances.
Would that be in the New York bred stakes or in some open allowance races, as that purse incentive up at Saratoga for the New York breds and open allowances is pretty appealing?
Yeah, it really is. And with him having the 3 other than condition, if we could run 1 1/8, 1 1/4, even 1 3/8 or 1 1/2 for him, he's effective at those longer distances.
All right, well, wishing you the best of luck with him despite the mile today, and congratulations here with Valenzen Day.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Linda Rice, as she has been dominating the NYRA circuit for nearly the past year and looks to be well on her way to her 4th consecutive NYRA meet title here at this Belmont Spring Summer Meet. But we need to get back upstairs and welcome some new guys to the show as Greg Wolf and Paulie LaDuca, they take over upstairs. Hey, guys.
Hey, Maggie, thank you. Good to be here on a gorgeous afternoon. Yeah. Warm day, but perfect weather on this 4th of July weekend. We'll have coverage for you tomorrow as well. Maggie had a chance to, had a lot of chances to talk to Linda Rice, but talked to her yesterday as well. And yeah, Linda has just been dominating. Hadn't realized the only other time she won a Belmont meeting, she tied with Todd Pletcher. She's running away with this one.
She really is. And, you know, Valenzen Day, look, was clear speed on the form, and Jose Ortiz, he's up there. As a front-end rider, he drops his hands and he lets them run loose. I thought it was a great ride. This is the son of Kozan at the Utopia mare, Radical Grace, now 5 for 13 lifetime. And you get a little bit over that even money. In Union Lights, they were talking about before we got on there, Michelle Nevin's horses are firing, so you get a little value on that exacta.
All right, we get into the late pick 5 coming up next. We'll begin on the grass, 1 mile on the turf, New York bred race. Maiden special weight. They're all trying to get that first win in a wide open group, even though you're seeing 9 to 5 on Strictly Taboo right now. Expected to take a lot of money for Christophe Clement, but this one is not going to have a 4th opportunity.
Yeah, I would think, listen, Strictly Taboo is the heavy favorite in the Will Pays, but also taking money, and he usually does, is Chad Brown. He has the 4, first-time starter here, Shelley.
4 to 1 right now, and that debut remaining. Franco will ride. Well, being based up in Saratoga, the James Bond Barn always seems to shine when midsummer comes around up at the spa. For the Bond Barn, it is a true family affair. Wife Tina, sons Kevin and Ryan all play a pivotal role, and reinforcements are on the way as well.
As a little boy, this was a dream. We've got a farm that most people would die for. It's gorgeous. We're so proud of it. I think it was predestined for us to have New York breds. I was lucky enough to have a horse called Le Carriere. Le Carriere was second to Cigar in the Breeders' Cup, 95. He was a New York bred. You know, New York's really getting it right. I mean, you look at Tiz the Law, Funny Side, so many great horses, 4-Star Dave. So you're seeing them every day at Saratoga, Belmont, Aqueduct, throughout the country. They're winning races. It's the greatest program, in my opinion. And, you know, we're lucky we're breeders too, so we get a few more awards.
We breed a lot of our own horses, but we have bought some of them as well and put into the partnership. We maintain the majority of each horse, and we sell 5–10% shares. We're heavily invested in each horse as well. It helps us with the risk, but it also gives them a lot of comfort in that we're taking the majority of the risk. These horses are professional athletes, and they're your sports team when they're going in the gate. And for us to share this with so many people across the country that have joined our partnership, and that's really rewarding.
We found this place and we redid it. We've had it for 23 years. It's 44 Gridley Street. We're a quarter of a mile basically down from the 7 furlong pole on the main track. And it's a little piece of heaven. The walk is the greatest thing for me personally because I get to follow my horses, watch them come back, again, make sure that they're okay all the time. It's actually an education process because the horses actually get to be around vehicles, cars, but the horses get used to it. We use clear cord a little bit to do some figure eights inside, just to kind of give horses back that farm life that they started with. I think it's great. The horses are out of the stall for about an hour, which is really nice for the horses. We've been fortunate enough to have some really nice horses, and some of them were a little slow early in their life, mentally, physically, and they became good horses.
They're giving their all, striding with every stride. Will's Way has won it.
Will's Way was a horse that threw his heart out and he chased it. He was amazing. One of my greatest horses, if not the greatest.
My heart always went to Barons. He won 6 grade ones, I think, in a row, and he went to Dubai twice. He was just an iron horse.
Tisway takes the Met Mile with style.
Tisway won the Met Mile and, of course, the Whitney, and, then was syndicated to Spendthrift. And he was a good horse. Buddha was an exceptional horse. He was a star. He beat Medal d'Oro in the Wood Memorial. They just wanted more. That's all you can say, and that, we're just lucky to be around them.
We bring different things to the table. I come from a corporate background, and he's the horse person, so I think I see things from different ways.
Well, I was her dream job, okay? We got to straighten it out right now, okay? It's fantastic. We are best friends. We've been best friends for 40-some-odd years. When you work with your best friend, great things happen, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
Always great to see this barn have success. They have a lot of it, especially up at Saratoga. True family affair. And Jimmy Bond has had some really talented runners over the years. Buddha, that Wood Memorial winner.
Yeah.
Fortunately, didn't get to see him in the Kentucky Derby. Barons was such a good horse in that older division.
Yeah, he was. Will's Way, very good horse. And they do have the coolest barn, I think, at Saratoga. I'm able to, wherever I stay at the same place, wherever I drive, I get to go see it, and you get to see the 007 with the gun sticking out on the outside with the logo of 007. It's just really cool. And they're a class act, too, the whole family.
Yeah, and his horse, Philly, in this race, Soretta, the 10, I don't understand why this horse is 13-1 right now. And Strictly Taboo, the favorite is 9-5. They have a common opponent, which not that much separated these two with that common opponent, Snowy Evening. This horse is way too big a price.
I'm kind of with you. When you look at her races, at least since she's gone back to sprinting, they've gotten better. Now she's, it's a one-turn race here at Belmont when, they're on at least on the turf here. So it's kind of like, going to have to stretch out a tiny bit, but this horse has been able to show that maybe going around one turn's a lot better, and she's in very, very good form right now. There's a lot of horses that are overpriced in here. I thought the 11, Maya's Dream's got some upside. You don't really know where she's going. As the 10's getting a little, she's feeling her oats. But, when you look at the Will Pays in here, the 5, I get it. The 1 to beat, but this horse is getting smashed at the window, like to the point where the pick 5 is only $140-something or so.
Seemed like it was a little more wide open than that. Maybe it's not. We'll find out in a little bit. Well, the post parade, when we come back, late pick 5 on this Monday card on 4th of July weekend. When we return, and that man right there with Rosario in the foreground, Clement and Joel with the favorite here in the 5th.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold up Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
last September broke records.
It brought the energy, the magic, the momentum.
And this year, it all returns.
Only at the World's Yearling Sale. Keeneland, September.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. One of the best in the business right there. Flavien Prat. He'll be riding the other Christophe Clement filly in this race. Clement with the favorite, the 5, Strictly Taboo. Prat will be aboard Splashy, who is actually getting on turf for the first time today.
Yeah, an interesting sort. Anytime Flavien Prat gets on a horse, especially on the turf, because he can make a difference, you do pay attention.
We pay attention as well whenever we get a paddock report from Maggie. Let's head downstairs.
Thanks, Greg. And we'll just kind of start towards the inside and work our way out with horses that just are a little underexposed that might have some questions to answer. And the biggest question with number 2, 3 Cups Full, is can she get out of the gate? I'm going to say yes, despite drawing now on the inside, whereas first time out where she threw her head and just got away very slowly, and she'll have to stand in there longer today. I think she'll be more professional here for Joe Sharp, as she looks sharper, and furthermore, she gets an extra furlong to work with. She looks great here. I really think we're going to see this filly a lot more forwardly placed than what we did with that tardy break last time out in her debut. She's built to show speed. She looks fit. She looks strong. And like I said, she is keen and eager for her second start of her career. Moving on to a firster, that's number 4, Shelley. She is out of a multiple Greatest Stakes winning turf mare in Testarossa. She's also half to Grape Nuts Warrior, who is a New York bred as well and won his debut. I will admit she's a little bit unassuming looking. Grape Nuts Warrior was a bit of a bigger, good-looking dude. She is the daughter of Twirling Candy. Kind of comes with the territory. They do tend to be a little bit slighter framed. That's why I always jump on board when I see one that's kind of big and bulky. But she's your typical Twirling Candy type. Very fit, very professional. Do prefer others that have some experience. It's number 6, Splashy. She don't have much turf pedigree. She is by a negative turf sire in Flatter. Savvy Sassy hasn't produced much. There was the Dams 3/4 to Southdale, who was a Greatest Stakes winner on synthetic and Greatest Stakes placed on the turf. Looking at her, I'll be surprised if she doesn't like it. Now, maybe she just isn't that good, and this is an act of desperation, which it kind of reeks of that, but she's a pretty filly. She's also very athletic looking. She's really well turned out here. And physically, she has those slacker pasterns, a bigger foot to her, and a more angular hind end. I'm optimistic about her chances switching surfaces, as number 11 in here is Maya's Dream. She'll come back for her 3-year-old debut, gets Lasix for Todd Pletcher. She didn't do much running in either of those efforts as a young horse, but she has filled out a good deal coming back here, so I appreciate that. I just wish she looked a little bit better in her coat. She kind of got that long, kind of drab coat to her. But again, one that maybe for these connections, you're going to get a decent price. It's just you're banking on her improving from 2 to 3 because she definitely has to be competitive, Greg.
All right, thanks, Maggie. Pick 5 pool, $338,000, and plenty of time to grow from there.
Yeah.
As we get set for our post parade coming up.
It's a tough sequence, Greg, because you know there's nobody in the sequence where you're looking, okay, here's a stone dead single that you can maybe trust on that the horse is going to be right there at the wire. I mean, I know Dakota Gold a little bit later on is probably going to be your favorite. Will people lean on Ice Road in race number 7? Like Dakota Gold, obviously in the Hudson Valley, but I also think Jerry the Nipper is going to take some money. And then in the last race, there's just no drop-down, stand-outs there. Wide open. So This pick 5, I think, is going to pay nice dividends. Hopefully you can string it along, string those 5 winners.
And, of course, got to get through this leg to keep things alive. And everyone focusing, well, not everyone, but the public focusing with this one as the favorite, Strictly Taboo. But 2-1, may even float up a little bit from there as we look at Pratt again on the other Clement runner. We talked to some other ones, and we'll get to them. The 8 staking money, 5-1 on Spinning Colors, who that turf start last time out, that was the turf debut for Spinning Colors, ran very good from off the pace, and that was off the bench as well for that filly. There she is.
Yeah, she was right behind Strictly Taboo, and she did not break well. So with a better break, maybe you can project that she's probably in the same league as Strictly Taboo. And that was the first time, like you said, she's ever gotten onto the turf course. She was 53-1 that day. You're not going to get that today. She's 5-1. I think she's going to hold pretty strong there because in the Will Pace, she's the second lowest payoff in the Will Pace. So I think she's going to end up being second choice by the time they spring the latch.
She's interesting. We talked about Soretta. And, you know, outside post can be tough here. I thought even Season Natural, there's Kendrick Carmouche. She's on the 12. Not without a look here at a huge price.
I'm kind of with you. The horse that runs his races upside down, or her races upside down, so the 12-hole won't bother her. She's just going to drop back and make one run.
So here's Dream on Kara. Is going to break towards the outside.
Yeah, 0-for-12 lifetime, and just really hasn't hit the board on the turf.
The rail to Javier Castellano for Joe Sharp, 3 cups full.
Well, I mean, dangerous horse because Joe's very sharp, no point intended, and this horse didn't run last time in the same field and didn't have a great start.
Pinstripe Pizzo, Jose Ortiz, Horatio de Paz.
Yeah, a horse that's had a couple starts, put blinkers last time, and did show a little bit of speed.
Chad Brown, first-time starter, Shelley.
You know, and you know these kind of horses are always dangerous, and don't let the horse working at Monmouth fool you. He's had some horses come in here and run well.
Here's the favorite, Strictly Taboo with Rosario for Clement.
Yeah, it needs to take to a little bit more, furlong longer, and maybe that's going to be the key today as your favorite.
Stablemate here with Pratt, Splashy.
This is the horse that's getting on the turf for the first time, so a little bit of an unknown. You're taking some good connections. You're getting 16-1 here.
Shine My Tierra, Charlie Baker as Trevor McCarthy.
A first-time starter here by War Dancer, a filly 4-year-old that's making her debut. Been training over the Belmont training track.
Here's the one who was not far behind the favorite at all in the turf debut, Spinning Colors.
Yeah, you know, she ran with blinkers. Two-back ran a one-buyer. They stuck with the blinkers and put her on turf, and she was a completely different filly. I think she's got another good shot right back.
Silent Melody, Jose Lezcano at 9-1 for Jorge Abreu.
Well, he's warming her up aggressively. You know, she's kind of just ran in spots and evenly around the racetrack. I think she's a player in here.
Soretta for the Bond Barn has Jamie Torres, the apprentice.
You were talking about this horse a little bit. Jamie gave this horse a good ride last time. You just worry, is the mile a little bit too far?
Maya's Dream, Pletcher with a Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, it's a filly by Lauban out of a Freud mare, so got on the turf last time, now gets Lasix for her 3-year-old debut.
And with those connections, not taking any money, not a great sign. And then here's She's a Natural, Kendrick Carmouche outside for Gary Siaka.
You know, the enemy for her has been the gate. She's broken almost dead last, actually dead last in her last 2, and 10 out of 11 in the race before that, all on turf. She's just not a great gate horse. So maybe the 12-hole will help her out because she's going to load last.
And maybe Kendrick will help her out.
Yeah, that's true. And Kendrick got a horse out of the gate yesterday that had gate issues and won the race. You know, she's not untalented. She has some decent numbers to go to. So 25-1 is not the worst stab.
So pick 5 pool begins here. It's our favorite rager in this game. And look how many runners. 12, 8, 8, 7, and 10 in that last. We both sort of reading between the lines for you, but I think so as well. The most wide open race on the card is FNLE.
It's tough. Like you said, there's 45 horses right there in the sequence. And when you get to the last, it's a state-bred maiden 40. You know, the one's going to the Linda Rice Barn. Conquest, I think, has a look in there.
Gosh, add that up like that?
I was a math major.
Wow.
You didn't know that?
It's well done. 450,000 in this pick 5 pool. Let's go back to Maggie.
Greg, I didn't know he was a math major either, and I was very impressed with him doing that math so quickly. Not something I could do. I was double checking. I'm like, yeah, well done, Polly. As we'll check in with 2 horses, seeing what I'm 99% sure are equipment changes when it comes to their blinkers. And one is number 10 in here, Soretta, who adds an extension blinker. This one I know for sure because I was in the paddock for her last start. an extension blinker on her outside and a full cup on the inside left. So she's not seeing much to her outside whatsoever here. As I always say, I don't love that, especially off of a good effort. I don't really understand it with that equipment change. Physically, she looks great. I would have picked her again, and I was about to pick her again if I didn't see that equipment go on after she was saddled. As you see, she looks a little angry about it as well. Moving on to She's a Natural. This one I'm not so sure about, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time she's wearing an extension blinker, because you watch her last race, she totally blew the first turn. She was getting out pretty badly, and then she remained wide throughout. So I do think it was intentional for her to put it on. And she's actually one where it might help her. She's a huge price at 25 to 1 and a little less ground based upon how she looks physically, I think suits going the mile today. But I'm gonna try here with second-time starter on the rail, number 2, 3 cups full. And Acacia said that she wore, She's a Natural, wore that last time. So it didn't work, Greg.
See how this plays out coming up. Some reasons to think again if you like Soretta potentially here. 11 to 1. So learn some of the idiosyncrasies here with these equipment changes.
Yeah, Maggie's the master at that. And there is your favorite, Strictly 2.
Back down to 9 to 5.
Yeah, Strictly Taboo. Here's the last race. Okay, now I get it. Strictly Taboo was wide most of the way. It's supposed to win though, no? No? At least run second from here, right? No, gonna run third. Might be the winner, might be the winner. Well, actually does run second in this spot. We're looking at the right round, right? No, runs third, right? If I'm not mistaken.
No, second here.
So second, yeah. I don't know. The horse got kind of intimidated when he went down to the rail, huh?
Look, deserving favorite, but not 9 to 5 in this group.
Well, you make a... Greg and I talk about this a lot. 3-year-old and 4-year-old fillies are so tough to handicap because they grow up overnight and you just don't really know how they're going to really progress. And so we're basing the 5 off the form. Does the 5 has the best form in here? She does. 4's making a first-time start. The 8 we're basing off her last race where she got left and she ran on. But you have a lot of other horses in here, like the 11, it's been off for a long time with dangerous connections. Like the 6, that's getting on the turf for the first time with Flavien Prat and Christophe Clement. Dangerous connections. So this race is full of just like unknowns where you got to try to figure out either an angle that you like or not, because I thought there was many fillies that can win this. And I'm surprised. Listen, I picked the 5, and it's the wrong pick at 8 to 5 in this race because it's so wide open. Because you just have a feeling someone's going to run a big race. One of these other horses is going to run a big race, maybe either first on the turf or stretching out. You know what I mean?
Certainly, yeah, the 4 for Chad Brown, the 8 Spinning Colors, maybe the 10 Soretta. We talked about some talent outside, which She's a Natural. But Strictly Taboo, we'll see. Maybe a mile's perfect for her. And Rosario has that familiarity with her back aboard. There's the Chad Brown first-time starter, Shelley, with Manny Franco. Manny's really gotten, and we've talked about it for months now, but just getting so many opportunities for this barn. He's delivered in big moments, and he's earned the opportunity.
Yeah. In the name you haven't heard in a while. How about this? Out of a Dr. Fong mare. My goodness, I haven't heard that name in a long time. New York bred by Twirling Candy. And like I said, you know, Chad trains his horses at Monmouth, and a lot of people are like, oh, the horse has been training at Monmouth. Don't let that sway you in a different direction, because they train over there and they fire over here as well.
Maya's Dream for Pletcher with a rad loading, and see the 7 circling Kendrick on She's a Natural will be the last in line. Start of this late pick 5. Mile on the turf out of the chute on this Widener turf course. Let's go to John Imbrial.
There in the gate. And they're off. Maya's Dream from the outside. Now moving through is Splashy to challenge. And Silent Melody is up close in third. Strictly Taboo down at the hedge, racing in fourth. Soretta now gains on the outside from fifth. In between horses is Spinning Colors in sixth. The break of two to Shelley in seventh, followed by Three Cups Full in the white blinkers in eighth. Dream on Cara on the outside runs in ninth, followed by Shine My Tiara. At the back of the pack are Pinstripe Pizzo and She's a Natural. The opening quarter mile over the firm turf in 23 seconds. Silent Melody has the lead here by a little more than 2 lengths. Then Maya's Dream and Splashy right together second and third. The favorite, Strictly Taboo, is down on the inside. Spinning Colors is in between horses. And on the outside, moving up a spot there, is Soretta. Then comes Dream on Cara and Shelley. It's Silent Melody with the lead through a half and 47-1. Maya's Dream. Soretta continues to gain on the outside. In behind is Splashy, who's racing in fourth, followed by Spinning Colors. Dream on Cara on the far outside. Strictly Taboo is going to need some racing room. She's down at the hedge as they come off the turn and enter the stretch. 3/4, 1:11-3. Here's Soretta up now to challenge Silent Melody for the lead. It is still Silent Melody, Soretta on the outside, Splashy in between, Spinning Colors out in the middle of the course is coming on. Here is Spinning Colors to take over in deep stretch, and Spinning Colors is the winner going away at the end. Splashy was second, then Silent Melody and Soretta.
Spinning Colors, her progress got impeded a little bit in the stretch.
Yeah.
By Soretta in here. Johnny V moved out, did not matter in the end.
Yeah, Johnny V right now is riding really, really well. He made a really good move on this horse. When the 9 got to the front end, you could see Jaime Torres. Jose Lezcano, he's encouraging. Now the 10's going to challenge, but Johnny V's very, very patient, and he's going to wheel to the outside here, outside the 10, who had struck the front here. And here comes Kendrick Carmouche from way out of it with 12. It's not going to hit the exacta, but the 6 actually kind of re-rallied in here, Splashy. Another horse that was trying the turf for the first time, the 8 trying the turf for the second time, and look at that. Superfecta is going to be nice. This horse was live on the board, and a great ride by Johnny V. 10-1 down to 5-1. And Mark Hennig, his barn's starting to heat up a little bit. Had a winner yesterday and another W today.
Flavien Prat here doesn't get the win here, but again, he's aggressive.
Yep.
And it pays off here as he gets second at 15-1. But Spinning Colors, your winner. Second time out on the turf. The victory with John Velasquez. And, you pointed out that 12 with Kendrick. If that filly could ever break, she's got a little bit of talent. She was not happy early on in this race at all and still manages to run on late.
Yeah, she's the kind of filly, she breaks slow and then she gets headstrong. And, when you break slow, as a jockey, you want to, not use that energy up, and she just doesn't want anything of it. You're right, because she always makes that menacing move on the way outside, and she flattens out. The gate's just her issue, but take nothing away here from Spinning Colors. Good move by Mark Hennig. It just shows you how a filly ran a 1 buyer in November 27th, 2022. Gets on the turf. She's a completely different filly.
5-1 to start off the late pick 5 and an 8-5, 3-2 favorite. Who does not hit the board in here to start off this late pick 5 sequence. 8, 6, 9, 10 finish. We'll have the prices for you. When we come back, it's John Velasquez for Mark Hennig on Spinning Colors here in the 5th. We are back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play all the action. Go to nairabets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Spinning Colors, John Velasquez for trainer Mark Hennig on a 3-year-old filly by Hardspun. Second time on the turf, breaks her maiden.
That's not John Daly? I always say,
Look-alike, right?
Yeah, Mark Hennig is a John Daly look-alike. But congratulations to Mark. Did a good job with this filly by Hardspun at elusive quality mare Kaleidoscope. And Johnny V with another dub. If you had that early pick 5, it was not that bad, to be honest. But you had to get the Spinning Colors. But 438, there was kind of some chalk in there. So it's actually a pretty good payout.
Maggie already has corralled Johnny V. Let's head downstairs.
He's got to shake hands with the Winning Connections, rightfully so, Johnny. Talk a little bit about Spinning Colors. You'd ridden her early on in her career. That was on the dirt. She's a completely different horse on the turf.
She is. It actually, she's much better even in the gate. I know I worked it before she ran and everything. She's a little nervous in the gate, and she was showing a lot of speed today. She was really calm, really good in the gate, very good. A little bit aggressive the first spot. Once she got to the second turn, I was like, from aggressive to, come on, mama, don't let go now. But when she came down the lane, I pulled her to the outside, she responded right away, so it's very nice.
Yeah, it does look as though she tries really hard when she gets that clear path. And you have picked up right where you left off, despite spending a few weeks in Europe, as I do want to talk to you about winning the Queen Mary with Crimson Advocate. Did you really think you got there, your head down?
Man, I thought so, but when they're so close, I know the jump before I was behind him and right at the wire, I thought I got it, and after the wire, he's in front of me. So then I double guess myself, damn, did I get it? Did I not? It's like, oh, please, let me just get it. You go all the way over there, and I like the feeling. I saw her when she ran in at Gulfstream Park, actually. I rode the race, and I was like, man, if this horse goes over there, let me ask George and the owner to see if he, I got the opportunity to ride over there, and I got lucky. They wanted me on the horse, and she won.
It was an amazing experience, or performance, I should say. Talk about the experience, though, of riding, those straight courses and what it's like. There's undulations, too, in that Ascot turf course.
I think when you go straight, I've been going, obviously, many years now, though. So when they go straight, I just kind of let them do whatever they want to do. Over here, we kind of always thinking about switch leads and all that stuff. If they're going straight, so whatever they're doing, I just kind of let them do whatever they want to do, and they're going to switch when they want to. You don't have to force them to do anything, and just go forward with them, though. And I think it works better like that. And everybody else does it the same way over there. For me, going over there so that many years, I kind of watched and everything, and very thankful I've been there. I've been going there for many years, and I was lucky enough to win races before, so I know the course a little bit.
It was amazing to watch, especially with Cindy Hutter there as well, George's wife. Congratulations there, and all the success you've had here this week.
Yeah, thank you. Coming home and riding some nice horses, so it keeps the spirit and the fire going. You
haven't lost it.
It's nice winning races. This is what keeps you going.
Well, you still look the best out there, Johnny. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Spinning Colors with the 5-star general, John Velasquez, aboard, and as he said, it never gets old winning at the track.
Man, who's done a lot of that in his Hall of Fame career, and look, he's getting up there in age, but he's still one of the absolute best in the game.
No, he is, and he makes a difference on the turf course. He always has. One thing about Johnny V that that when you look at the racing form and you think where your horse is going to sit, the horse usually sits. That's what makes Johnny V special.
Good to see him kick things off here with a victory. We're going to get into the pick 4. Coming up next, we'll be on the main track, 1-turn mile in this New York bred 8 other than allowance coming up as we get a look at the field here. 9-5 on Pineapple Man, Mike Maker. Dylan Davis will be aboard. Getting back to going a little bit longer is probably exactly what Pineapple Man wants.
Yeah, and I would think Dylan Davis would be aggressive and try to put Pineapple Man on the front end here and try to control the pace. We'll see how the 6 breaks in here. I think that horse is actually a tiny bit talented. But the one, Coloquay, comes off a very nice win as well. And Safalo's mission's been a little bit unlucky. You could take that horse 2 different ways. Linda Rice is winning a lot of races. This horse has only won 1 race for Linda, and it's run a lot of seconds. So the 5's a tricky horse to read in here.
With as hot as that barn has
Yes.
been, and Linda Rice is going to win this meet, to see that horse at 6-1 tells you
true.
Probably stay away. We'll see. Coloquay, though, like this horse a lot today.
Yeah.
Back-to-back wins. One for Tom Morley, first off the claim. We'll see if he can do it again with Jamie Torres aboard. We'll hear from the Morley Barn and Tom's favorite race. Special one for him upstate at Saratoga when we come back.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Lone Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Summertime in New York. It's easy. Easy to plan. Easy to please everyone. Easy to get excited. Easy to get away. It's easy to love New York. Plan your summer getaway at iloveny.com.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Hey, horse players, check out Canterbury Park, racing now through September 16th. Canterbury Park offers 10% takeout on the post-time pit 4 and late pit 5 every racing day. That's the lowest takeout in the nation. 10% takeout, come play.
The 2016 Ballerina Grade 1 at Saratoga is my favorite race for a number of reasons. One is the fact that we won it with Have You Gone Away that year, just made it extra special. It's a race with an enormous amount of prestige, and it was our first Grade 1. There's something very special about the Ballerina. I don't know what it is, but the nerves had been building up and building up and building up. Remarkably, probably the time I was at my calmest was on race day.
They're off in the Ballerina.
I loved the post that day, and at this stage you're just hoping that you get a clean trip. We wanted a bit of pace to run at, but on paper there didn't appear to be a lot. So I said to Johnny, just make sure that she brakes cleanly and you get a nice position on the outside. I was hoping that we weren't going too wide around the turn, but Johnny really just stepped on the gas here a little bit, but he was also very careful not to hit the front too soon and not to give away too much ground, he said to me afterwards.
Here's Have You Gone Away on the outside, and she's coming with a rush.
At this point, I still thought we were going to be second, but she just in the last 5 strides got up.
Have You Gone Away has won.
After the race was a bit of a blur, to be honest. I remember the trophy presentation and some of the interviews, and then I remember just trying to digest it all, and I actually struggled a little bit, I have to say. It was an extremely emotional time, and it was also kind of a little bit lonely in that the owners weren't there, Maggie was still working, it was Travers Day, and I went and sat at a stall by myself for hours and hours on end, just hung out with us. Maggie and I went through a lot with that filly. We owe Have You Gone Away an awful lot, we really do. She was our first flagship horse. God, it still sends shivers down my spine watching that.
Still remember, there's just an incredible moment on the program to see that live. Love seeing Tom sitting in that barn well after the races had concluded, just enjoying that moment of what had happened that day.
Well, giving appreciation to the horse and what the horses have given back to Tom, and it's a great piece. And just see, like, it's just like anything else. Sometimes I'll go back on YouTube and watch some of mine, and it still sends shivers down my spine when I watch some plays when I played or guys I played against when I was catching. Yet the other day I saw Barry Bonds hit one 800 feet. I was like, man, that was me catching. It was like highlighted, and it's just like you forget. And so, yeah, that's actually a cool moment, and it was a great moment for us here, the Naira family.
That's Tom's horse, Colloquy, who he claimed and immediately put right back in the winner's circle last time out. He'll try and do it again coming up in the 6th at Belmont. We got another face up here on the set. Champion jockey Richard Migliore joining us here. Paul LaDuca, I'm Greg Wolf. For those just tuning in, Mig, good to see you.
Yeah, good to be here with you guys. We share an office, so I like when we share a desk.
That is true.
Going to have fun next couple of hours coming up. This race here, I know we'll dive in a little deeper in a moment. We're going to talk the feature in a second. Pineapple Man, getting back to going a little bit longer. Was he, in your eyes, the one to beat?
Yeah, I thought so. I mean, you know, and one thing about it, he's got speed, particularly on the stretch out. He's going to be forward. And I always like horses that create their own trip. You don't have to worry about traffic problems with horses like this. Although Tom Morley's, you know, a runner in here, Colloquy, looks pretty good. Yeah. And we just ran a feature on him, and that's been an angle.
It really has been an angle. Our team winds up picking quite a few winners in here. We'll talk feature coming up in just a little bit. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
We'll start with a layoff runner, and that's number 2, Drake's Passage, making his 3-year-old bow in here. And it's tough when you come back as a 3-year-old in these allowance races against older company that have recency. So I don't really pose him as a win candidate. The board would be reflective of that too, as he currently sits at 13-1. So I don't want to be too critical, but he is a horse that when you look at him, you're like, how is this a racehorse? He's just not very athletic. He's very awkwardly put together. He has a sway back into a roach back. And it's just some confirmation faults that don't, you know, it just doesn't add up when you look at him. But I will say he comes back looking incredibly fit and strong. He's done well in the interim, coming back here as a 3-year-old. I would have loved, and clearly he probably wants the mile. Would probably love if this was 7, be a little bit more optimistic about him, but I think it's going to be a tough spot for him to truly be effective. As we move on to Pineapple Man, Pineapple Man has shown that despite the way he's put together, he's far more effective going a route of ground. So he's going to do that here, 3rd off the bench, and he looks really fit. I did not see him in both of those May efforts, so I don't really have a good gauge, but I did see him going back to his 3-year-old campaign. And I got to say, he was one that was crying out for a break. He was a late scratch going back to May of 2022. I didn't love the way that he warmed up the day that he finished 2nd. He still ran very well and admirably that day. And then we see the break of almost a year. It was actually kind of funny. I was walking down the barn at where my horse is kept in Saratoga, and I looked over, I said, oh, Pineapple Man. Good to see you having a break, buddy. So he's back, and you watch that last race, and he was hard ridden for forward position going the 6 furlongs last time, and then it was just like, oh, I can't keep up, because they went very quickly that day. And I just think that the mile, the longer distances allow him to get into his stride, which is what he wants to do. He doesn't want to chase. And I think this is the spot where he's going to be effective. And we've seen several of these Mike Maker horses just need a start or two to get going. And when they're 2nd and 3rd off the bench is when they strike. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. We saw the man who's going to be riding Pineapple Man. He's probably got the most confident walk on the grounds, Dylan Davis. And he's got a lot to feel confident about coming up in this race.
Dylan's got some swagger, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's riding well.
Yeah.
You and I talked about this. You know, he went through that rough stretch, but right now he's been riding very, very well. And you're right. I mean, he's got to be ultra aggressive. I think he knows that. He reads the racing form. His horse coming out of 2 sprints, has wired some good fields before, and looks like this horse can control the pace. You know, unless, you know, horses that are fresh like the 2 and some other horses in MIG, but you don't think this horse should control from the outset?
I believe so, especially stretching out in distance. And one thing, you know, that for me, Dylan rides well when he's aggressive. And early in the meet, he wasn't. He was piling up 2nds and 3rds, but you saw him come out of it. And then his confidence level came back, and then he started being aggressive again, not overthinking it, not second-guessing it. And I think that when he's riding well, that's what he does, and he's riding well right now.
Yeah.
Still to come, part of this Pick 4 sequence as well, the Hudson Valley. That's in race 8. It's a mile on the grass. First of all, $125,000. And Jerry the Nipper coming into this race pretty recently that moved to the grass, and it has been a fruitful switch to this surface for the 6-year-old now who's has 2 wins and a second and 4 tries on the lawn.
You can see Jerry the Nipper is a horse that will always get the first jump kind of on Dakota Gold. Now, Dakota Gold did, he run into trouble? Yeah, he did. But at the end of the day, that's what happens when you have a horse that's rateable like Jerry the Nipper, and a horse like, Dakota Gold kind of needs pace. Now, this horse got beat by City Man, who's a nice horse. Unfortunately, City Man went to the bench and he got injured. But I thought that Jerry the Nipper ran really well that day.
But didn't it feel like Jerry the Nipper kind of joined in with City Man when he felt his presence? And, he got outgamed at the line, but he ran on with him.
First race for him, too, off a 6-month layoff, so it looks like he's got room to move forward off that performance. If he does, he is ultra dangerous. Cold Hard Cash, he is held up with City Man on a couple occasions very well. Also, he's coming in off the bench as a 6-year-old.
Yeah, last seen running a good third in the Red Smith, grade 2, going 1 mile and 3 furlongs. Now, interestingly enough, I ran into his exercise rider downstairs a little while ago, and he said, "What do you think about my horse here?" I said, "Well, is he ready off the layoff?" And he just said, "He's ready."
Uh-oh. It's pretty good. I think this horse is dangerous, and you and I have said this. This is a dangerous horse off the layoff. Linda's horses have been running. This horse has run well over this racetrack, taking a little bit of money. Mr. Barry Schwartz owns this one as well, and a horse that can be very tactical, so I would think Jose can just read the break and probably lays off your favorite in here, Pineapple Man, for a good while here.
Yeah, Jose Lezcano will have that call off the layoff in that feature to come. Right now, Post Parade coming up for the 6th race to kick off this pick 4. And you were talking to me off air, Paulie, about that horse that just left our screen, Ciccio Bello. You thought might be a little sneaky in here at 10-1.
I think so. I think this horse has got a little bit of talent for Derek Ryan. Derek Ryan's a sneaky trainer. If a lot of people don't remember, he trained a horse called Musket Man, who was, I want to say, behind Rachel Alexander. Actually ran 3rd in the Preakness, was 4th in the Derby of that year. This horse, first time out, was really green for 40. And then last time out, I thought was very, very professional from the inside. And I think it's got a ton of talent. The 2 times before that ran into really bad fields. And I don't think it was a bad actor a little bit. I think Derek finally figured this horse out.
Listen, it seemed like he was kind of a big green horse,
Yes.
right? That's just finally what we call the light bulb going on, right? He's kind of figuring the game out. And I thought his last race was a big step forward.
Coming through the tunnel, Post Parade here coming up in a moment. And 3-2 favoritism, that one that just left our screen. Colloquy, though, big chance, looking to win his 3rd in a row.
He's in really good form. His last race was a big step forward. First start for Tom off the claim. Inside, he's going to have to get position. Jamie Torres is pretty aggressive, too.
Yeah.
3-year-old debut coming up for a horse who broke his maiden to end his 2-year-old season.
Yeah, and gets Lasix for the first time for the debut. And I would think could be forward here with Manny Franco.
Tough spot. He'll need to move forward, but he certainly can from that barn. 15-1, Son of an X.
Yeah, big effort last time. He throws in an effort now and then that kind of puts him around the edges, doesn't it?
Here's the favorite with Dylan Davis, Pineapple Man.
Yeah, should be the speed in here. Son of Gormley was going to try to take this field, I would think, gate to wire.
The red-hot barn that's going to wrap up this meet title. Linda Rice with Jose Lezcano. Taflo's Mission, a little chilly on the board.
Yeah, a little chilly on the board for a horse that projects to set up a real nice trip stalking.
Here's the long shot we were just touching on, who Paul likes a bit, Ciccio Bello with Javier Castellano.
Yeah, Castellano making a lot of the right moves, and I think this horse is talented enough, but needs to step forward.
Lucky Luke. It's Orlando Noda off the claim.
Big effort last time, but that was maiden 20. This is considerably tougher.
And Achilles heel outside, 25-1, turf to dirt.
Yeah, 1 for 21 lifetime. So now they're going to geld the horse. Hopefully that can get a little bit more out of him, and that's why he's such a big price.
Now the favorite, 3-2. So there's Pineapple Man, who broke his maiden at Aqueduct, going a mile. Actually, the horse was in the Grade 3 Ohio Derby at one point, and looks like if he wants to be, he could be the one in front in here.
I think he should be, especially he's coming out of 2 sprints. The last race, they went 21-4, 44-3. All right, he got outfooted. What are they going to go here, Paul? 46 and change, maybe 47?
Yeah, and, you know, that race, Defusky Island came out to win. Ocean Reserve came out of that race to win. He came out of a live race. He just got ran off his feet, you know. But if you look, Greg, he's gone 110, 45, and just lost. Right there, we just showed him cutting out fractions where, you know, he reasonable fractions, 112 and 4. Who's going to go 112 and 4 with him here in this race? So they're going to have to pass him late.
Meanwhile, back to the Tom Morley horse. Colloquy, the 1. We'll have, again, Jamie Torres aboard. This was first off the claim for Morley, taking this horse off of Rob Falcone, and that was a win, and it was a win right back for the Morley barn.
And he really kind of, I think, took a big step forward. This wasn't a fluke in my eyes, Paul. I thought he got out to the clear. He's going to have to kind of work out a similar trip today. I think Jamie Torres' job is guarding against horses just folding over and slowing down in front of him. You got to come out running from the rail, make a horse like Pineapple Man kick on, go on, spread the field out, and then you can have your options. You can be inside or outside depending on where they place themselves.
I'm completely with you. I'm surprised. I thought it'd be a little bit closer. The 1, listen, that was by far his best race ever. Even if he regresses a tiny bit, he still can be really tough to beat here.
3-1 right now from that inside post. Let's go back to Maggie.
Well, Pineapple Man, he warmed up better today than I ever saw him warm up as a 3-year-old, so I'm going to stick with him. But let's talk about some long shots. Currently at 15-1 on the board is number 3, Son of an X. Now, this is a horse who continuously has a propensity to want to drift. So when push comes to shove, if you're in a competitive race, you don't want to be doing that. But I've got to say that they're hitting on all cylinders with this Son of F and X at the moment. He looks better than ever. And sometimes when you can strike while the iron's hot, when it's reflective in the way that a horse looks, I think he's usable underneath. And then a quick note on the rank outsider, outside, in number 8, Achilles Heel. He's a horse that I've always thought looked a little bit sticky behind, didn't really travel underneath of himself. Now's a new gelding. He's moving better than what he has in the past. And I love a new gelding angle. I think it really helps out horses who need it, and he certainly looked like one in his movement, Greg, that would benefit from that change.
A couple of interesting long shots maybe to consider in a race that was tough enough to begin with.
Yeah, at this stage in their careers, Mig, you can explain more. Sometimes they'll geld the horse, obviously, to calm the horse's demeanor. Also, they'll geld the horse if a horse is getting a little bit too heavy because they want to lighten them up a little bit, right?
Yeah, a whole horse, a stallion, they carry more weight. Their neck is thicker, fuller. Their shoulders are thicker, fuller. They're carrying more weight on their front end, and they're harder on themselves, and they're harder to keep sound. Sometimes just lightening them up a little bit, they find a different level. Now, I will say this, though. As hot as you were yesterday, Paul, I'm giving Chicho Bella a much longer, harder look you were in Fuego yesterday.
Oh, I appreciate it.
12-1, Chicho Bello, and the man who's on board has been as hot as anybody. Just an incredible year for Javier Castellano. We're going back to last summer at Saratoga talking about his resurgence, but it's going to be tough because he doesn't get the kind of mounts that a Rat Ortiz gets and, paired up with the barns that he's with, but outside shot in an Eclipse Award this year.
Oh, I think his name's definitely got to be in that conversation. He's winning the right races, and you got to give him and his agent, PJ Campo, a lot of credit. All right, PJ says, I'm not in this barn. I'll find another barn to give me a horse that can get it done. And they've basically been maneuvering around very well.
And I keep on telling you, there's a 3-year-old filly called Cecilia that he rides. I'm telling you, that's the next superstar. I'm going on air. That's the next superstar.
I'm with you.
That daughter close at you.
The way she won at Churchill?
For Bill Mott.
Oh
she
my
is
God.
2 for 2. She has looked very good. We're set for the pick 4 here at Belmont. Let's go to John Imbrial.
They're in the gate. And they're off. A good start for Pineapple Man, but it's Ciccio Bello who will be the early leader. And then it is a Pineapple Man, along with Drake's Passage. Colloquy is down at the rail and moving up from 4th. Safalo's Mission is next in 5th, followed by Lucky Luke at the back of the pack, Son of an X, and Achilles Heel. Ciccio Bello leads here by 3/4 of a length. Colloquy down at the rail as Safalo's Mission, or make that Drake's Passage, now moves on through. Quarter in 23-1. Ciccio Bello is the leader. Drake's Passage, Colloquy right together, 2nd and 3rd. Then Pineapple Man in fourth. That's Safalo's Mission, who's racing in fifth, followed by Lucky Lucky Luke. Son of an X is gaining some ground on the outside. Achilles Heel is the trailer. The leader is Sitio Bello in front by a half length. Drake's Passage getting closer now on the outside, and just in behind is Colloquy, who's running in a third. The half mile in 46 and 1. It's Sitio Bello on the inside and Drake's Passage on the outside, and the two of them are right together. They've got 2.5 lengths on Colloquy in third. Safalo's Mission is down at the rail. Pineapple Man has dropped out of it. They come off the turn into the stretch. 3/4, 110 and 3. Drake's Passage on the outside of Sitio Bello. The two of them remain together with Colloquy next in third. On the outside, Drake's Passage. On the inside, Sitio Bello. They are right together coming on for the finish, but Drake's Passage has the momentum and has the win. Drake's Passage over Sitio Bello, farther back Colloquy and Safalo's Mission.
Drake's Passage, tough spot here. 3-year-old taking on older horses, multiple winners in his 3-year-old debut off the bench, gets the win at 15 to 1.
It's a great example, Paul, of a 2-year-old, making that step to 3, right? Getting Lasix for the first time, and his 2-year-old numbers were good. This was much, much better. And I think ultimately, your selection ran incredibly well, Sitio Bello. I mean, they went 7/8 and 22 and 4, finished out a mile in 138.38, 35.38. This came up a fast race.
It did, and the favorites kind of didn't show up. Pineapple Man you thought would be towards the front, but these two horses outfooted him, and you got to give Drake's Passage a ton of credit. The 6 was on the lead by himself. You could see how big physically he is. I thought he would get away, but a horse off a layoff since December, able to run this horse down. Very, very impressive, I think, in my eyes.
Sparn continues to have a lot of success with Tonalist.
Right?
Yeah, Tonalist's been very good to the Clement family as a racehorse and now as a sire. And I know Christophe probably won't want to hear this, but I like horses that train up in Saratoga with Miguel coming off the layoff. He seems to really kind of get them ready off the bench.
And the other thing about this is you take away from this race. I always go back and I look. Did I like Drake's Passage? No. But I will tell you this. The 5 was such a bad play in here because when you have a trainer like Linda Rice who is winning everything and this horse is 1 for 13, the horse does not like to win races.
And was still, even at 4 to 1, a little bit cold on the board. 2-6-1. Drake's Passage at 15 to 1. Tonalist, of course, there's the son of Tonalist, would pull off that Peter Pan Belmont double sweep for Clement. We're going to win a couple of Jockey Club Gold Cups as well. Now a son of Tonalist winning for him. We'll look back to yesterday, and breakthrough win for the Cantor Mossies delivers again. And the perfect sting, and it was a huge upset, beating a very good one for Chad Brown. Evie Jets, her big performance when we come back.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Good to have you with us. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa Race 6. In the books, 1 turn mile. New York bred first level allowance race goes to Drake's Passage. Needed to improve a lot to win this race, and wow, did he in his 3-year-old return to the races. For Christophe Clement with Manny Franco, $32 winner. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Impressive 3-year-old debut from Drake's Passage. Christophe, were you expecting that? Because certainly the bettors weren't.
Yeah, no, Miguel, he's been in Saratoga with Miguel. He's been working very well. So Miguel was actually pretty confident about it. I had a few doubts because, it's always tough for the 3-year-old to meet the older horses. But I thought it was very impressive.
He was. He easily handled them. So are you going to give Miguel, a couple extra accolades?
I always do. No, but it's fun. You've got a nice program, for the 3-year-old going long on dirt in New York. I will speak to Mr. Evans, and then we can go from there.
Absolutely. You were saying to me that he, of the tonalists that you train, looks and is most like him.
He does. I mean, even the marking, he's got exactly the same marking on his head. He's probably a touch more compact, like somebody told me, than Tonalist, but otherwise, he does look very much like him.
Yes. I do want to ask you about City Man, obviously missing from today's Hudson Valley, but you said just going to take a little break, and could we see him at the end of Saratoga?
Absolutely. He came back from the last race with a small question mark in one leg. He's perfectly sound. We just thought we'll pass on that one, give him a bit of time, and then we'll bring him back for the next one.
He is a fan favorite. He's a fan of. We are a fan of his for sure. Congratulations here. Really impressive and promising 3-year-old debut from Drake's Passage.
Thank you so much.
Sounds like the Albany or some of those races could be a next step for this talented 3-year-old, Greg.
We've seen some pretty nice horses win the Albany as well, who'd go on to win a Grade 1 Cigar Mile, American Revolution.
That's true. I apologize. Yeah. I thought City Man was on sidelines. He's not. That's great news. Actually.
We'll sideline for a little bit. We'll see him back.
Yeah, we'll see him back. Yeah. So he's very, very talented. But listen, Drake's Passage, that is very impressive. Like, Miguel did a tremendous job. He's dead on right. He's facing older horses. He's a 3-year-old for the first time. And to run down a horse, like I tell you, the 6 has got a little bit of talent. But to beat that field, I thought that was very impressive.
Very impressive. And this was a big step up from his 2-year-old form. His 2-year-old form was good, but this was another level. Yeah. And I think it just underscores what we talk about. Horses are like children. Some kids mature faster than others. The best athlete starting high school, not always the best athlete finishing high school. I think this is a perfect example of a horse really stepping forward as he matures.
The other part about this, Greg, if you look at the racing form, you could have treated him tiny bit like a first-time starter because he has never been on a fast racetrack.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah. And he loved it today.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Dive deep into those past performances. True. So 6th in the books. How about this start to the late pick 5? 5-1. Now 15-1.
And like I said, there was just nobody to lean on. And like a lot of people leaned on the 1 and the 4 in that race. So if you're still alive, keep on trucking.
7/8 of a mile coming up next in race 7. It's a 50,000 starter allowance. Ice Road, as expected, taking plenty of play here. Jose D'Angelo trains in the Rad Ortiz Jr. Rides.
I would think it's going to be your favorite in here. I think the 8 Baltazar is taking a little bit of money. You and I Greg, we're talking about Baltazar. He's the horse that, like, if he runs back to his form, he could be tough.
Yeah, he's off the bench. Bit of a question mark there for Ratio to Pause. This will be his 5-year-old debut coming up. Certainly, if he's ready to go off the bench, he's a major contender in here. We'll have more in this race coming up. We're going to look back to the other day. Perfect Stakes. Technical analysis back. Decided not to go to the front with her. And Evie Jets continues to deliver for these connections.
Key to the race was making the lead with Evie Jets, Javier Castellano. Now watch how he points out here to technical analysis to kind of engage her. But this is race riding. It was no contact. It was absolutely picture-perfect race riding. Go out to engage, but don't go over the line. And Evie Jets is a fighter. She feels the horse's presence. She bears down.
It was such a sharp ride. He broke very, very sharply, and he just took the initiative. And on the turf course yesterday, speed was just golden, and Javier knew it. And you look at the end of this race, she kind of ran away from technical analysis. And you look at Evie Jets' PPs. If you don't challenge her to the top of the stretch, and she's got the lead by a length, she's never lost. So that's the kind of thing, when she gets courage at the top of the lane, you got to challenge her early. If not, she ran like she did yesterday. She beat 3 Chad Brown horses. That's tough to do.
So great, too, to see this barn get, first of all, Cantor Mosses get a big win like this, but to do it in those silks of the late Robert Amendola, he was the man that gave them a shot initially here when they came to the States. So it's got to mean even more to them.
Yeah, very good friends with Robert Amendola, won a lot of races for him through the 80s when Butch Lenzini was his trainer. Then later on, Alan Iwinski trained for him, and then giving the Cantor Mosses a shot. And looking at that isolated replay of Evie Jets, she looks so good. And that's hats off to the horsemanship of the Cantor Mosses and her demeanor. The way she pins her ears, you could see she's intense. She does not want to get past.
Delivered these guys, the Cantor Mosses, to their first ever graded stakes win. That was in the Noble Damsel, and now another big moment for them, beating one of the better filling mare turfers in the entire country. I mean, Technical Analysis is up there and able to beat that odds-on favorite. That was a huge upset. Good for them. Get into the 7th coming up shortly, and still just a few days left in this meet, but some very big races still to come. We're going to look ahead to the Belmont Derby, first leg of that Turf Triple Series when we come back. Stay with us.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000.
191,000. 165,000. 160,000. Thank you.
A dual-surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With TwinSpires, you can place your bets with confidence, whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with TwinSpires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Bolshoi Ballet is on the outside and joins the front runners, and then it is Tokyo Gold, and now there's a 16th to the finish. Here comes Bolshoi Ballet to take over in deep stretch. Bolshoi Ballet has won the $1 million Belmont Derby Invitational. The Irish breds storm into New York to win the Belmont Oaks and the Belmont Derby.
What a tribute there to the late Galileo with that victory from Bolshoi Ballet, and neat seeing these silks win here in the States.
Yeah, and I love the fact that we get this European participation in this race. You put up a big purse, the right distance, turf, and I think it's been a huge success, and it kind of gives us a little bit of a window into how our American horses will do come Breeders' Cup time. Obviously they're sending 3-year-olds over, maybe not 100% their best, but I love the fact that this has become a regular kind of migration for them to come here and give that a try.
Yeah, I'm with you, because it seems like they kind of used to run through Woodbine, the Highlander, the Woodbine Mile, and that. And I think we're getting a lot of those European horses now coming towards the Belmont Derby. I think it's very, very key. And listen, there's been some nice horses. William Buick's brought some unbelievable horses down here. So, and I think, obviously, again, it's another going to be a great rendition.
That was Coolmore with that victory. Showed you with Bolshoi Ballet. And it's fun to see these international showdowns at this time of year. We don't always have to wait until the end of the year at the Breeders' Cup for it. Next week's stakes schedule, Manila on Friday. And then Belmont Derby Invitational and the Belmont Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. A couple of grade 1s kicking off that Turf Triple Series. It started just a few years ago. We'll also have the Suburban and Victory Ride on that Saturday card. Saturday is going to be sensational here. Final Saturday of the meet.
By the way, there's the Foxes, but that same day, I'll be at Indiana Grand for the Indiana Derby.
Look forward to that as well.
Yes. I think Hit Show right now.
You're a traveling man. Here's the Foxes for Andrew Balding. 3-time winner on the turf, and has to be the one to beat, right?
The turn of foot race. I love watching these European races because the turn of foot in like an instant MIG is unreal, isn't it?
I mean, you can see their legs start going faster. I mean, it's visual. It's so visible. You see it. Now, this was on a straightaway course, right? And he was hanging right. Be interesting to see how he's going to handle 2 turns here at Belmont. I'm sure he'll be fine, but it's just something to think about.
Wow, you could see him physically quicken. It was crazy.
One at 7/8, one at a mile, one at a mile and 5/16. We talked about that Galileo connection with Bolshoi Ballet. Galileo, grandsire of the Foxes.
Yeah, listen, one of the best, Galileo.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, that one will take plenty of attention, the Foxes for Andrew Balding and company. Meanwhile, let's look at the Pennine Ridge. And the top 3 will be exiting this race. Kalik, Farbridge, Silver Knot.
You know, Kalik took this field gate to wire and was just in hand most of the way. You know, you wondered, okay, is there going to be a lot of pressure? This horse is very, very talented, and you could see there was a lot of trouble behind. It's really a tough race to kind of read, Mig, because Kalik just walked on the front end, to be honest with you.
But he had everything go perfectly for him, unencumbered with traffic, in a good stride, set the kind of pace that you would think if he's any quality at all, he's going to run on. The runner-up is the horse you want out of it. Now, that being said, keep an eye here, right? Joel Rosario and Farbridge kind of has to grab a hold of him, dives back to the rail. He had already had the crop in his left hand. This is a horse that wants to lug in. You need things to break right. If you want to be inside with him, but then you've got to hope you get lucky and get through.
You saw him have to pause and hold up there mid-stretch. Still gets that close.
He does, but when you watch, when they keep on going, he got to the hip of the 6, and the 6 kind of rebroke. So I don't want it to be like a misconception that this horse was kind of stopping here.
Meanwhile, Bapio from Marcassi coming off a win at Monmouth in the Jersey Derby, and a pretty good one behind this one, Talking the Nation.
You know, we were talking about looking at the European horses and watching them quicken. This horse, to me, was lost. He's late getting over his right lead, right? And all of a sudden, it's almost like, oh, I got a job to do. Watch the last 70 yards. He puts it in a different gear, Paul.
Yeah, he took off. I guess when he got the left-handed crop is when he took off. You're right, and he ends up winning in a canter towards the end of this race. That was kind of scary there towards the end. Mig's right. He kind of like got lost as soon as he got in the middle of the racetrack. He's like, okay, here's a straightaway. I got freeway to run, and he just went boom. So he quickened up nicely too. And you know, Monmouth's a lot smaller, so he'll probably like these turns a little bit better.
It's going to be fun next Saturday. So you can take that grade 1 first leg of that Turf Triple Series. Back to today's action, 7/8 of a mile in this 50,000 starter allowance. We touched on this horse coming in off the bench. 5-year-old Baltazar, 7-2, taking money from that outside post. There he is. Manny Franco will have the call. Let's go to Maggie.
And we don't see Baltazar as the favorite. We see Leonige taking the bulk of the money. And I feel as though he is a more reliable prospect here in this 7th race, Greg, because Baltazar, he's coming back off of that 10-month layoff, or nearly 11-month. And I just don't know if he's the same horse, to be honest. Watching, his last race, he was in contention, and then he just really packed it in the last 8th. So obviously something happening out of that. But on the flip side, I thought physically he looked A-okay, and he was pretty aggressive that day too, well in the bridle and forward. And today he is quiet as a church mouse here in the paddock. He does have the cotton in his ear, so obviously they want to keep him a little bit more quiet. But too, and while he looks fit and from the lean perspective of things, he just looks a lot more dropped away. Like he needs to put back that muscle mass that he once had, and I feel like only racing's going to do that. So I've had a rough day, but I'm going to take the wait and see approach with number 8, Baltazar. Also, the front wraps going on for the first time. Number 6, Magical Ways. I don't know what to do with him, to be honest. But I can say there's a big difference in his disposition today versus last time out when he made his first start for this barn and he ran a clunker, a virtually eased effort. He was really wound up. I mean, he was bouncing on his toes here in the paddock. He had an exuberant warm-up with Junior Alvarado, and I'm wondering if he just kind of ran his race prior to even going in the stalls. Today, he's following the pony around. They kept him in the back. He's a lot more quiet this time around. And physically, though, that day I thought he looked tremendous, and today much the same. So I'm banking on him running a better effort than what he did last time, Greg. It won't be too hard to run at least a little better effort than what he did in that May 13th effort.
11-1 on him, Maggie. Thank you. And Jose Ortiz will be aboard for David Jacobson. Second off the claim. So another one to consider here is we're 8 minutes away from the 7th coming up. 8-5 favorite. Ice Road, another race. We talked about that. I don't know how you guys feel, but that turf race where Christophe Clement's horse took all that money, we thought was way too short a price. Ice Road, certainly a major contender, but 8-5?
No, not that. I'm with you. The lone win is a 30,000 maiden optional claimer at Woodbine when the horse was asked your favorite and won by half a length. You know, the last race when this horse lost to From Another Mother, horse got to the front end. It looks like candy right here. Candy. Go to the window. Go to the window. No, you're not going to the window. And I'm kind of with you, Greg. I think this horse has got kind of a lot of hang in him. When somebody else gets to the side of him, he starts running again. He likes to see his friends, Mig.
Yeah, I agree. Listen, and the lone win was on synthetic. I mean, this was a good effort, and From Another Mother got that inside-out trip. But I agree with it. It looked like From Another Mother was going to beat Ice Road 3 or 4 lengths and beat him a length because he kind of joined in when he had company.
Yeah.
There's the 6 Maggie was talking about. I even thought, you know, Dylan Davis picks up the mount on Red DGP. This horse only has 1 race. And it was, where did that race come from? But if he can run that race again, he's right in the mix. And he's 18-1 right now.
It's a big effort. I mean, but here's the thing, though. Big effort against lesser. So sometimes when a horse gets to do things easily, they don't have to really dig in to get their position and fight for it early. They get comfortable, they blow up. They get in with tougher horses, they got to fight for it early. It's a different scenario.
But when they win by that much, does it give them, it has to give the horse some kind of confidence when they win open by that much?
Yeah, I believe in that. I believe in horses getting confidence. There's other horses where no. You go back to a barn after a horse gets beat. They're sulk. They're in the back of the stalls. They won't eat. They win a race in a big fashion like that. They're brighter. They're happier. They're front of the stall. They finish up eating. Absolutely.
Look at these guys again. Ortiz brothers.
Wow. 100 on the
tied
dot.
at 50 apiece.
100 on the dot.
And 21 wins back to your third place jockey, Manny Franco. So they've just distanced the field, the brothers.
Jose took full advantage of Arad being out on a couple of days with suspension as well. He had a 4-win day one of those afternoons. Here's Life and Light, Jason Hues for Eddie Pringle.
Yeah, he gets back to the dirt, would have to improve.
So here's Ice Road, 8-5, Arad Ortiz Jr. trying to break that tie with his brother.
Yeah, and this horse to beat on paper. I don't know if 8-5 is the right price, but the son of Keen Ice will be your favorite.
This one coming in from Laurel with a couple of efforts to make him a major player.
Nice effort last time. Todd Beatty, not a trainer that ships to New York unless he thinks he's got the goods.
Here's Dylan with a pickup mount on Red DGP.
I'm kind of with Mig. Anybody with the Beatty name, Stephanie, they all can train. Red DGP, you know, this horse got some talent. Like I said, won by 16.5, so maybe he's got a lot of confidence coming into this race.
Another contender, and this one at 6-1. Rudy Rodriguez first off the claim.
Yeah, comes from a good barn. John Terranova goes to a good barn, comes off a nice effort.
Magical Ways, if he could get back to that start 2 back, look out.
Well, you know, when the horse stumbles at the start, I think a lot of people don't realize how much it takes out of the horse. And this horse had a really bad stumble. You got to draw a line through that, and 10-1 is enticing.
Javier Castellano on Skylander at 7-1.
Riding a horse back for the second time. I think Javier really thinks about it and finds a way to get horses to perform better after he's had some experience with them, Paul.
And here's the 5-year-old off the bench. Hasn't raced at Saratoga last summer, Baltazar.
Taking money. And Manny Franco aboard for Horacio De Paz, who does a great job. The son of Bodie Meister's, like you said, been off since August, but has numbers to go to as a 4-year-old. that win this race. So this is his 5-year-old debut.
Yeah, including a second against Dots Dollar. I know it was a maiden 40 race, but Dots Dollar has gone on to become a very good sprinter.
Third behind Funny Joke.
Beat Rodney.
Yeah.
You can play all the action. Get signed up, started with Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Here's a look at Leonids coming in from Laurel. Was a winner at this distance at 7/8 of a mile back on June 10th.
Yeah, you know, excuse me, Mig talked about the Todd Beatty. There's Todd, there's Stephanie. I know there's another Beatty out there as well. They all can flat out train. They usually train Penn National in that kind of area, parks, but they'll bring some horse up to Meadowlands. They've had, I remember the Monster Sprinter they had, and I'll remember it as well, but very, very good trainer. So when he ships, they ship within 10. You're right, Mig.
Yeah, I mean, they're so good. Being a horse trainer is a number of things you have to be good at. Obviously, be a good horse person, get the horses physically healthy, sound, but got to be a good manager and understand where your horses belong to have success. And they are the package. They don't ship in here just to take a trip to New York.
No, they don't.
Meanwhile, Paul, you're going to wind up outside here with this 5-year-old coming off the bench.
Yeah, I just got I have reserves on everybody else. I think the 2 could be a kind of horse that is a herd horse that doesn't really love to win. I do love the 3's last race, but can he repeat that? I just think the 8 off the layoff. Horacio is very good off the layoff. He's 24%. I think this horse, his last 2 starts before he went to the sideline, Greg, I watched both of them. He broke flat-footed, and I think he had a little bit of an issue, maybe a back-end issue getting out of the gate. And hopefully Horacio has gotten that figured out. I just think he's the class in here.
Fabulous Strike, by the way, that horse you were thinking of?
That's
Beatty?
for Todd Beatty. Fabulous Strike, who was a monster.
Won the Vosburg?
Yes,
right?
there you go. Good call, Greg. I know
Actually,
you researched it, but still good call.
Guys, I pulled a complete audible here. Got up to the line of scrimmage, read the defense, and went to 4, read DGP. Looks better than anybody warming up.
I like
That's
it.
where I'm going.
You like this horse a little bit too, Greg, huh?
This horse on Thoroughgraph is a major player if it can reproduce that effort against, as Mig said, that's a concern. It gets a lot easier. It's a big step up in class. Let's go back to Maggie.
He did look best out on the racetrack. I couldn't have him, though, back in the paddock. He did get a really nice warm-up from Dylan Davis. But let's talk number 3, Leonige. That's the way Todd said it's pronounced, so I don't know. Todd Beatty. I don't know. He had a perfect trip, I thought, last time at our Laurel. You know, that wide yet stalking right off the pace trip that you want there. And he capitalized on it. And he ran away with the field. Again, we're looking at a 3-year-old taking on some slightly more accomplished or just slightly more experienced runners that are older here, but he stacks up really well with them physically. And 2, he has some nice tactical speed here going the 7, so I think that puts him in a nice spot. He's going to always be tactical and have that advantage over many of his other rivals. Don't have a problem with your favorite, Ice Road. He can win for sure. Another long shot to look at. I thought it was interesting what Mig said with number 7, Skylander. I did think he ultimately just was 3rd best. I think Javi gave him the right kind of ride. It just so happened that the pace kind of held together a little bit more. But he looks great overall. And for those who don't know, Austin Chaitis, a former assistant to Jimmy Toner, George Weaver. So he has the resume to get things going at some point. I think he just has to have the right horses and in the right spots. He does have Skylander really well turned out, though, for this effort, 3rd off the claim. Guys?
And a horse, too, talking about the 7, to pick up where Maggie left off, wide trip against the horse who is the favorite. And he was 3rd behind Ice Road, who was 2nd last time out. So we'll see if he can make up some of that ground with a better trip today with Javier Castellano.
Yeah, and I think Mick made a good point. Javier, 2nd time Javier, he's great at making adjustments, so maybe he can make that adjustment.
Still 8-5 on Ice Road. Arad Ortiz Jr. on a runner who's just 1 for 12. That only win, it came on synthetic, but a heavy favorite here in the 7th. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
Set for race 7. And they're off. A stumbling beginning for number 1, Life and Light. And he's at the back of the pack. Going out for the lead is Leonids with Red DGP racing in second. Baltazar's on the outside. Ice Road is down at the rail. Then comes Skylander, who's racing in fifth, followed by Improper in sixth. Break of two Magical Ways. And after that awkward start, Life and Light is the trailer in eighth. Leonids leads here by a half length with Red DGP in second. Baltazar on the outside in third, and the quarter was run in 23 seconds. Just in behind the front three, Ice Road sits in fourth. To his outside is Skylander in fifth. 2.5 lengths to Magical Ways, who's in sixth, 5 lengths from the lead. And then farther back, it's Improper and Life and Light. Baltazar ranging up now on the outside. Red DGP in between. Leonids down at the rail. 3 of them across the track as they come off the turn and enter the stretch. Ice Road looking for a way through. The half went in 46 and 3. On the outside, it is Baltazar who has the lead now. Ice Road is moving up along with Skylander on the outside. It is Baltazar in front. Ice Road and Skylander trying to get to Baltazar as they come on for the finish, but it is going to be Baltazar, away since last Saratoga. Comes back a winner today under Manny Franco.
Paul, you pointed this out early during the run of this race. I mean, Baltazar, Manny Franco, just felt like he must have had a ton of horse underneath him, an ultra confident ride. This horse is floating.
Mig, so I'm going to ask this to you, Mig. When you know you got the best horse, Manny's not like this. He's not a look under the arm type of guy. Let's go 5 wide. When you know you have the goods, it's got to be a great feeling, no?
Oh, just galloping him into the stretch like that. Kind of took a long, languishing look back to the inside, to your outside. It was a great impersonation of Angel Cordero on Slew of Gold in the Whitney. Anybody go check that out on YouTube. He was galloping him into the stretch.
And he came home, you know, I understand 123 and change, but a great job of Horacio De Paz. And listen, you have to go back to some of those races. When you mentioned Dot Staller, funny joke. He's run against some really good horses. Now, I will give the 2 credit Ice Road. He's kind of a pack animal, and he runs really hard. He ran on really nice. He was kind of bottled up a little bit on the inside. You got to give him a little credit. I thought he ran okay.
Huge effort from this horse. Oof. Off the layoff as well for his 5-year-old return.
Tremendous job from Horacio De Paz.
Incredible. 8-2-7-4 as easy as could be for Baltazar in the comeback.
And I went against everything I said beforehand because I was just religiously going to follow anything you liked today, and I didn't do it.
Meanwhile, your 4 did not run that bad. Got caught in a funky spot, huh?
Yeah, but you need a little bit of class relief. It'll be okay.
Yeah. There's Horacio there with the glasses and the white shirt. Actually, a very, very good dude. I got to sit down and talk to him at Churchill Downs when he was down there. He is a very cerebral, very sharp trainer.
Yes, he is, and he had this one ready to go at his best. So we'll see where Baltazar winds up next off this performance. 8-2, 7-4 finish, another upset.
Yeah, good.
If you're continuing in this pick 5, get it home because it is going to be good. Mike Rapoli, Todd Pletcher, they'll forever be connected. We'll have the story of Mike and how he started in this game and all his success he has had. It's been a fun ride. We'll be back.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Forte's needs runs on the inside of the Jack. Forte has come under a ride now, and he's going 3 wide, and he's coming up on the outside of National Treasure, and he's coming up after Cape Rock. The 2 of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside. Cape Rock along the rail, and Forte has upset Cape Rock to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage on this 4th of July elongated weekend. We have coverage for you tomorrow as well. We hope you join us. Our program brought to you in part. Yes, we are.
have to work tomorrow?
Yes, Paul.
Oh my God. Okay.
I'll pick you up. Don't worry. Program brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Couple today for Manny Franco and Paula Duca. Great call. You tried to talk me into this horse earlier on today before we came on air. 5-year-old off the layoff, just loaded for the return here. $9.70 for the win. Let's go to Maggie.
Here's winning trainer Horacio De Paz. He has 2 winners on the card. Baltazar, though, ready off that long layoff. Horacio, it looked as though, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, he's a little bit of a nervous type. He gets himself really amped up, and it seemed as though you had him nice and calm today, but then he drug Manny Franco to the front, but he had plenty left.
Yeah, he's usually pretty quiet in the paddock, and then once he gets on the racetrack, he was doing really well, so he was very fresh. He's been toting us around in the mornings as well, so they did a great job with him down in Florida. We sent him down there for the winter just to give him some time off, and came back great.
Talk a little bit about Be Your Best. We'll see her this coming weekend in the Belmont Oaks Invitational. I thought ran so well in the Wonder again last time.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great effort on her part. Obviously, she likes the distance. The race at Keeneland, we were just giving her a race, just get her back into the season. And, she's a cool filly. She tries every time, pretty much.
In your estimation, she showed us so much promise as a 2-year-old, but has she gone on and moved forward as a 3-year-old?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen anything in her in the mornings or, with that race that, she's not going to continue her form. And I think she'll just continue to get better with distance as well.
I've got to ask you, I wore glasses yesterday. How do you handle glasses in this steamy weather?
Not very well.
That's why my contacts are back on. Horacio, congratulations on a really nice day.
All right, thank you.
All right, looking forward to seeing Be Your Best coming up this coming weekend, the last weekend here at Belmont Park in that Belmont Oaks. Greg?
Really sharp trainer, does a nice job, and he really had this one ready to go today.
He did. And he's, most of the time he's based in the Mid-Atlantic, but we've seen him here, and he's very, very sharp. He's very good with 2-year-olds. He's very good with turf horses. He checks a lot of the boxes, and he's a young trainer, I think, that's on the rise. He doesn't have a ton of horses, but we're going to see him up at Saratoga with some nice ones.
Well, and also, he's picked up some new clients, and obviously a big boost to get Barry Schwartz.
Well, it's a giant boost, yeah.
Mike Ryan's giving him horses now as well. And, I've known Horatio since he was working for Todd Pletcher. We used to work horses together. He was one of his best exercise riders and a great work rider in the morning. At Hollywood Park, we'd work all the horses together. Just a terrific horseman.
The descendants from Todd Pletcher and the descendants from D. Wayne Lucas. The grandsire of all grandsires.
Yeah, the family tree has been extremely successful. So 2 legs still to come, 2 very wide open legs, but you look at this. We've not had a favorite, 5-1, 15-1, now Baltazar. And let me just go back and look at this. Pick 3 paid for $1, $467.
Yeah, and I think that's actually going to play bigger than that when it comes to the pick 5. Like I said, there's just nowhere else you can go. There's nobody in here that's 3-5, so this is another spread race. And then when you get to the last race, there's nobody going to be in that race, I would think, 9-5 either. So, again, if you're still alive, like I said, keep on trucking.
Yep, long way to go.
Yeah,
now it's nervous time
yeah,
if you're alive in a pick 5 like this. Hudson Valley is coming up next. Mile on the Turf. And 6-5 Dakota Gold for Danny Gargan, a horse with a ton of talent. And nice little rivalry developing here with Jerry the Nipper.
It is a very nice little rivalry. Dakota Gold is a little more dependent on working out a trip. I think he gets pace in here, Paul. I mean, what do you think? I think some like it Hot Brown, adding the blinkers, coming in with that bullet 59 and change work, makes me believe they're trying to get the speed this horse used to show back into him.
100%. And the way Javier Castellano is riding right now, and now I know Ruse, the outside horse, the 8, does have speed, but Castellano is not going to take anything away from some like it Hot Brown. When you look, I know he's 7 now, but back in the old days, it's about when he was 5, he got some races to go to. If you leave him alone on the front end, he could be very, very tough. He's got a 100 buyer in the bullet. He's also almost got a grade 1 win at Keeneland. He just missed, so he's got a lot of back class.
Hands down the class of this field. He's a lot better than that race off the bench showed. So, yeah, he's a danger. So is, though, Jerry the Nipper. They moved this horse to the grass. He has become a totally different horse for Todd Pletcher. And the man who owns him, Mike Rapoli, who's a Queens native. He actually grew up taking the bus to Aqueduct, playing at OTBs, and dreaming of trying to make it to Saratoga. Didn't have the means to get up there very often growing up. These days, he's a major player at Saratoga and all the major circuits around the country. He's had quite a year, including a Belmont Stakes win last year. Here's the story of how he grew to love this game and his journey along the way.
Growing up in Queens, you know, we fell in love with horse racing, and we would either go to Aqueduct or Belmont. I probably didn't go to Saratoga till my mid-20s because none of my friends had a car that could drive that far. You know, it was very special just going to the races. You know, we really enjoyed it, and, you know, if we weren't going to the track, we were going to the OTB on Grand Avenue, which is in Middle Village in Maspeth, Queens, and, you know, listen, I just fell in love with the horses running down the stretch at 40 miles an hour. I fell in love with handicapping. I fell in love with winning. You know, I knew one day if I was blessed to be able to afford a horse, I would invest. And now we have 250 horses. Seeing the excitement that it does for my family and spending that special time together, like, it's just so special. You know, Maria's been my biggest supporter. She loves the family aspect, and, you know, and my daughter got into it. You know, she's changed my life for so many reasons. She's made winning more fun, but what she's really done is lessen the blow of losing. When she, you know, when you come in second in a tough race and she gives you a kiss and says, "I love you, Dad," you know, having a daughter who's as competitive as me, as intense as me, and as passionate as me, and when you see her reaction, you know, for a 7-year-old, she knows what place we're in. She knows if we have a chance. She knows if we lose, and if she knows that if we're going to catch somebody at the wire. And just watching it.
Joya, what did you think about that run from Forte?
It was amazing.
Was amazing. What's Ness going to do tomorrow?
Win again.
Win again. That's really all she does.
I love the sport. I have a passion. I love the people in the sport. I love the horses, but I love the people in the backstretch. I love going to Todd's barn and watching all these different cultures interact, watching these horses get taken care of. Yeah, I mean, Todd is, you know, listen, everybody thinks on the surface we're so different. You know, he's a little bit more stoic. I'm a little bit more passionate. I'm extremely intense outside. He's intense inside. But, you know, we really have a great balance. We went from trainer-owner relationship to friend relationship to now to family. You know, I joke that it's gotten so bad that we have such a good relationship that no matter how bad he does for me, can't fire him. You know, Rapoli Stable is my own little pro sports team, and I get to share it with so many friends and family. And, you know, the energy at the track, you know, whether it's the Belmont Stakes or Saratoga or Churchill or Keeneland or Gulfstream, it just makes it really, really special.
That was the race he wanted more than a Kentucky Derby, a Belmont Stakes, being a Queens native. Some incredible horse, of course, Uncle Mo, the horse that kind of changed everything for him. He named one of his horses after his favorite OTB, Run to Grand Avenue. And I love that because I knew I was in the right neighborhood when I wound up in a place where there was an OTB used to be at the top of the street.
That's fantastic. That's great. When I was a kid in Brooklyn, it was on Avenue U, off of Coney Island Avenue, the OTB, next to the City of Famous Bargains. You could go in there and buy anything for like $1.
Yeah, and the best part about Mike, you know, he's a Met fan, a giant Met fan, and I still have a beef with him. And it goes back to, in 2006 and 2007, I get word that David Wright, who's my locker mate, is invested in this thing called Vitamin Water. I never got any word about it, what was going on. But what ended up happening is 50 Cent got involved, so did David Wright, and a lot of people were getting involved, and I got on it too late, and when it sold, they all made a ton of money. And I remember telling David Wright, "You're buying me dinner for the rest of the year because you didn't give me this info here." And I remember telling Mike about it, and Mike started laughing too as well. So Mike, you know, a lot of people look at Mike and like, oh, you know, he made his money his own way, and he gives it back. And he, you know, the one thing I love about Mike, if it's a grade 1 or if it's a $15,000 claimer, he brings 40 people in the winner's circle.
He's got a great passion for this game, Meg, as you well know.
Yeah, no, he really does. And I think Paul makes a great point. You know, to have people involved. And it doesn't matter if it's a claiming race or a grade 1. That enthusiasm and that passion's infectious. And that's how we create fans and people that really fall in love with the game, see the beauty of it. We got to get them here and get them to experience it.
Now, he's got one of the main contenders in this race coming up. Jerry the Nipper, that move to turf for this horse has really paid off. Jose Ortiz will have the call coming up today. Just missed, as we talked about earlier, last time out to City Man. It was very talented for the Clement barn. And that was off the bench as well. We'll have the post parade from our feature when we come back.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's Improbable to win the Whitney.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Canterbury Park's BCBC Handicapping Contest is September 13th. $1,000 entry fee and $1,000 live bankroll. Play on expressbet.com or at the park. Win your way to the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge or the National Horse Players Championship in Canterbury Park's BCBC NHC Qualifier Contest on Wednesday, September 13th. Powered by ExpressBet.
You don't need to be a math whiz to interpret the numbers associated with Freud. His runners have earned more than $66.6 million. Turf runners earned more than $27 million of that total, and he's sired 59 stakes winners. No wonder sequel owner Becky Thomas thinks of him as royalty.
Freud is the king of New York because he is a royally bred son of Stormcat, the foal to Giants Causeway, impeccable pedigree.
The New York State Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund has paid out nearly $4 million in stallion awards to the syndicate that owns Freud. And breeders have been rewarded with more than $9.2 million in award money through 2022. Thanks to Sequel's stallion manager taking a new approach with Freud, he is even more professional now in the breeding shed than he was in the past.
We also did change the method of breeding with him. Instead of the chain, we actually breed him with a bit. I do think he is sensitive in his mouth a bit more than the youngsters, and that actually made a big difference as well in the shed.
Find out more information on New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund at nybreds.com. We have a New York bred stake coming up next for our Monday feature here, the Hudson Valley, and a purse of $125,000. Dakota Gold. There is a look at this son of Freud. There's even money on the board right now.
Freud, a full brother to Giants Causeway.
How about that?
How did he lose? It's his now. One of the best races I've ever seen.
It was incredible.
It was unreal.
Incredible.
Unbelievable.
Let's head to Maggie.
I love Freud's and Giants Causeways for that matter. It's a little bit bittersweet as I'm not sure we're going to see too many of their progeny too much longer. As we'll start though with the son of Freud, and that's your favorite Dakota Gold. I think a lot of people are seeing what I saw in this race, and that it feels like there's a lot of horses who want to go, and Dakota Gold's the one that could just sit chilly, or at least he's shown that. But he's also a horse that has one win forward. I wasn't in the paddock for the Kingston, so I'm not exactly sure how he looked coming back off that little bit of a layoff from March to May, but he looks incredibly fit here, well muscled, and I actually really like the mile for him. I feel like he will get that little bit of pace to run at, and two, he's just really suited to a mile distance, so I like the way he's moved on as well from 3 to 4. Now, some like it hot brown. He could be providing some of that pace as the blinkers do go back on. It seems as though he's totally lost his speed as of late. It happens, though, when horses get older, so they're trying to get some of that speed back. They put a very, very small, as we like to call it, cheater cut blinker on. I mean, it's barely anything, to be honest, on his head. He looks great. He always does. But again, you wonder if Father Time's catching up with him just a bit. Though you got to respect his resume, 1.6 in earnings, and just a beast on the racetrack. As we'll move on to number 5, catching up with Linda Rice a little bit earlier on the card, Cold Hard Cash. She felt as though this was a spot to get him going again, and that longer distances beyond the mile are really what are calling his name as we head into this kind of latter half of turf season. He does look fit, though, and he's one that I always got to remind myself, Maggie, he always looks a bit washy. So I was like, oh, he looks washy. Usually it just doesn't mean a horse is ready. But he actually looks incredibly well here. Again, Linda said this is just a jumping off point, probably wouldn't be effective today. But I think it's safe to say that he could be one that you could use underneath Greg here because he's going to be at least tactical. Now, he's not going to be on the lead going a mile, but he should be forward, and he's really striding out well here in the paddock.
Very interesting race coming up. Thank you, Maggie, in this Hudson Valley here. 7-1 on Cold Hard Cash. Coming off the bench for a 6-year-old return. We talked about the strong company he's kept. Gufo, City Man a couple of times he hit the board against as well. How effective can he be here off the bench for Linda Rice?
Well, like I said, I ran into his exercise rider on the way in, and he said, what do you think about my horse? I said, well, he's a real nice horse, but the question is the layoff. And he just said, he's doing really good.
Yeah. 7-1 on him here. I'm surprised to see Dakota Gold at shorter price.
I think a lot of people are looking at the trip, last time thinking, okay, this horse had a lot of trouble, was tipped out, and, City Man and Jerry the Nipper went down to the wire, and Dakota Gold didn't just have the best of it. You're going to see Dakota Gold is the 4, and Irad Ortiz is trying to search for room, where Jerry the Nipper is right outside the leader right now. But this is the issue that you have. Jerry the Nipper is a more tactical horse where you're going to have to get this from Dakota Gold. Now, does Dakota Gold get through and get through that hole a lot sooner? Does it change the outcome? You'll never know, Meg,
No, and honestly, it looked to me like City Man Joel Rosario just kind of beat him to the spot, right? He had a little bit more of a forward momentum and was able to kind of take his position a little bit. He had a steady and then come out and follow, and City Man just had a better turn of foot. Listen, it was a really good effort. I don't think a lot separates him and Jerry the Nipper.
I'm kind of with you. Like, if you look at the end of that race, I get it. He was in a little bit of trouble, but was he really getting to those horses? He was slowly grinding,
Short price here. Irad Ortiz Jr., third start of his 4-year-old campaign. As they come through the tunnel, we'll get to the post parade here coming up. And, we back to the speed in here. Some like it hot brown, obviously the class of this field, the back class anyway. And I say, and you guys seem to agree, just put a line through that last race. But some others that look like they do want to put some heat on early.
We've seen in the past, Some Like It Hot Brown is a horse that likes to be involved. He wants to be in the fray. He doesn't really want to come from off the pace. The way they worked him into this race and the addition of blinkers leads me to believe they're looking to wake him up and put him back in that position.
Yeah. Here is Hush of a Storm to kick things off. Bill Morey and in Flavian Pratt, a horse who went gate to wire last start.
Yeah, was able to control things, but finished. Came home last quarter in 22-4. He's going to need a couple things to go right for him to be competitive with Tougher here.
Even money favorite Dakota Gold. He last summer was beat at a very short price at 1-5 at Saratoga.
Yeah, he was very short prices in all 3 of those races. He did win 2 of them. I think he's the horse to beat, but I don't know about even money.
Here's the back class runner. Some Like It Hot Brown. Blinkers go on today.
Yeah, they worked him with a purpose. They add blinkers. You put Javier Castellano, who rides him back now. Second time Javier. We've been talking about that. I expect him to be involved.
Here's Jerry the Nipper, Todd Pletcher, Rapoli, Stable Soaks with Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, I like this horse. I think the cutback's perfect for this horse to a mile, and since he's been on the turf, he's been a different animal.
Cold Hard Cash comes in off the bench for his 6-year-old return.
Yeah, homebred for Barry Schwartz, Stonewall Farm, and making a nice impression on the racetrack.
Call Me Harry. Mike Maker, runner, 7-year-old, has Manny Franco aboard.
Another one that can be certainly forward, but I think with some like it Hot Brown being the other Mike Maker, that you probably get him more of a stalking position.
And some more pace outside, but I don't know if he has the kind of speed of some like it Hot Brown.
This horse, to me, is the key in the race. Because if you look back, this horse chased 21:43 sprinting on the turf. This horse has got very, very good early speed. But it could be to his detriment if he tries to go after some like it Hot Brown or some like it Hot Brown and 3 go after each other. So we'll see how Dylan plays it. I think they got to both play the break.
This is how I would approach it. If I'm Dylan and I'm on the 8 Ruse, I'm 25-1. I'm not going to pass horses. I'm not counting on my horse being able to outkick some of these closers like a Dakota Gold. I'm going to the lead. If you want to run with a 25-1 shot, that's on you. There's no pressure on Dylan is my point. I'm coming out running. You take back. Otherwise, you're going to look like the dummy chasing a 25-1 shot.
Kind of true.
A quick look at Cold Hard Cash.
Kind of like
Looks like
that.
he is feeling good for his comeback here, 6-1.
Yeah,
on a horse owned by Barry Schwartz.
He's a really good horse. The concern you have with him is, there you see the stat. Okay, 0 for 12 on this kind of layoff. As a 5-year-old,
Wow.
Greg, he only won on the slot. He didn't win as a 5-year-old on the turf. And I'm wondering, okay, his one win, is he getting long in the tooth? You see that stat, but something, listen, those stats are made to be broken in the way Linda's going. But the horse is also cold on the board a little bit, Mig.
He is, but I'm going to pick him because I just love the way he's warming up.
Great.
He looks fantastic. And, again, I ran into the exercise rider. He was pushing him on me. He looks great. I'm a huge fan of Barry and Cheryl Schwartz. I root for them. I won a lot of races in those black and white colors over the years, so I'm going with the 5.
Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Cold Hard Cash look this good. Was it Mauricio? His exercise rider, who is Linda's kind of assistant here and does get on a lot of her nicer horses. But Cold Hard Cash, he continued. As I said, he was walking really well in the paddock. He's moving very well on the racetrack. It's a telling stat, though, but a lot of times Linda's horses really appear to need a race. And I'm really not getting that vibe from him. He looks fit. He looks defined. He's worth a punt in here at 5-1, I'd say, as he might get a little pace to run at. Call Me Harry, he could be part of the pace, though. He was able to win. I was so against him last time. Able to win an off-the-turf race from off the pace. How the heck did he do that? He hasn't been seen since April 30th, but if anything, he looks better today than what he did for that effort. He is a little bit more quiet, so I'm wondering if he is becoming a little bit more adaptable in that maybe he will rate, maybe he will be able to sit off of it a bit. He's an interesting player, of course, for Mike Maker, but I think what Meg said is completely right about, and Paulie, about number 8, Ruse. You want the horse that's acting the sharpest, that acts like he wants to go to the lead, it's definitely Ruse, as he had to be accompanied by the pony throughout his time in the paddock. And furthermore, he's built more like a sprinter despite being effective going longer distances. So for me, I think it is just go with Ruse. The other horse that I thought could, at least the one that has speed that's acting like he'll show speed, is the one, Hush of a Storm, Greg, and he does occupy the more advantageous inside post.
And we know that part of the reason he's so successful, he's one of the best riders in this sport. Flavien Prat is never afraid to be aggressive.
No, and he projects to get that coveted pocket position with Hush the Storm from the inside. I don't see him making the lead here because I see pace here, but he should be sitting a good trip. Bill Murray's a trainer who does a terrific job. He's winning at 20% at this meet, 28% overall on the year, and he's been a welcome addition to the New York scene.
Yeah, and you know what? I think the 4, that's why I love the 4 so much in here. I think the 4 does not need the lead and can sit that golden trip and can rate from like just behind the leaders in here.
Dakota Gold, he remains at even money, the 2, with Arad Ortiz Jr. For Danny Gargan, the rematch with Jerry the Nipper, the 4. It's our feature on this Monday card. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial.
They're all in. And they're off in the Hudson Valley Stakes. And it is Jerry the Nipper with Call Me Harry. Call Me Harry now takes the lead. Jerry the Nipper and Ruse are right together, second and third. The front three have opened up 4 lengths on Cold Hard Cash, who's on the outside and racing in fourth. Hush of a Storm is down at the hedge. And then alongside is Dakota Gold, Some Like It Hot Brown, the early trailer, in seventh. Call Me Harry leads here by 3/4 of a length. Ruse pressing the pace on the outside in second, and the opening quarter mile was run in 22 and 3. Then it's the duo of Jerry the Nipper and Cold Hard Cash. They're right together, third and fourth. Hush of a Storm and Dakota Gold, those two races a team. And Some Like It Hot Brown continues to trail the half mile in 45 and 3/5 seconds as they go around the turn. Call Me Harry and Ruse, they are heads apart for the lead. Jerry the Nipper is just in behind, and alongside is Cold Hard Cash. Dakota Gold is now gaining ground on the outside. Dakota Gold on the far outside is within 3 lengths of the lead. Ruse now takes over at the top of the stretch. Here's Jerry the Nipper. Here's Dakota Gold on the extreme outside. Dakota Gold now kicking in. Jerry the Nipper's in between horses. Ruse is down at the rail. It is Dakota Gold who has the lead in the stretch here. Then Jerry the Nipper and Some Like It Hot Brown. They come on for the finish, and it is Dakota Gold and Arad Ortiz Jr. They won by 3.5 lengths. A photo for second between Some Like It Hot Brown and Jerry the Nipper. And the final time on the board, 1 minute, 32 and 2/5 seconds.
That is flying, that final time. Well noted, John Imbriel. Dakota Gold, much the best in this spot. Big performance. And how about Some Like It Hot Brown? Not only was he not on the lead, and that's how he does his best run, he was dead last early and gets up for second.
It's a big effort from him because he was not involved a little bit. Everything we thought with the blinkers, the sharp work, he just doesn't possess the speed he once had, but at least he showed run and he finished well, second best to Dakota Gold, who was very impressive. And this time on the board is fast, but this course has been yielding some fast times.
Yeah, it has, but, he turned the table. Irad was able to get the jump on Jerry the Nipper. Jerry the Nipper, the 4, Jose, the horse was taking some funky steps down the backside, and he was getting good position. They went 109. Wow, they went sub 121 for some splits here and finished up. And I'm with you, Greg. Something like a Hot Brown, he launched from dead last in here and ran a heck of a race, but no doubt about Dakota Gold.
Is this his coming out party? I mean, has this horse arrived now, and could he be a major factor?
Yeah, listen, his 2 races as a 4-year-old, 92 buyer, and this is going to be a lot higher than that. So, yeah, maybe he, as a 3-year-old, he's finally, a 4-year-old, he's finally blossomed here, Mick.
Yeah, he looks like he's put it all together. This was an impressive performance. I mean, this was a solid group, and he circled the field and kicked on, ran fast. This was a big effort.
I'll tell you what, though, for the 7-year-old, Some Like It Hot Brown, he wakes up on the turf course. It's going to be interesting where he lands next time if he breaks.
It was strange
right?
to see him that far back, and you just figure he can't run anymore. Puts in a huge late effort.
But that just shows you the Hall of Fame ability of Javier Castellano. You're thinking, I'm going to go to the front end. So what happens? You kind of get left in the gate. He does not panic. He says, okay, I got to let this horse relax. I got a long way to go. And you know it, Mick, if you rush a speed horse up like that, your race is dead. So he sat back and tried to suck up and maybe run second or third, and he got the job done.
Got to play the hand that you're dealt,
yeah.
And he played it perfectly.
Yeah.
2-3, 4-1, Dakota Gold. Big performance for this 4-year-old in his 3rd start of the year to take this Hudson Valley. I would think open company. It gets a lot tougher next.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. At the sales, his first crop yearling sold up to $300,000. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back with you on America's Day at the Races. On our FS2 coverage, feature in the books, Dakota Gold. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. This was a brilliant performance from this horse right here. 5th career win for this 4-year-old son of Freud. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July sales of selected yearlings and horses of racing age. July 10th and 11th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be? Dakota Gold. Yes, the turf course is playing quick, but still, 132-2 is motoring.
You know, you start looking at Dakota Gold, you don't even realize, Big, he was 5th, 2.5 lengths behind Modern Games in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. So the talent had always been there. And Greg, you might be right. This could be his complete coming out party. You know what I mean?
Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning rider Arad Ortiz Jr. as he got a Dakota Gold to an easy victory. Arad, I'm sure when you did your homework, like many of us handicappers, you had to be licking your chops with the amount of speed in here.
I mean, he looked like the track is fast, so I want to be a little closer, one more good, and he was a little closer than last time. He missed the break. I think it was too far back, too much to do, and he's still finishing. I have to wait a little longer in there in the packet, and he's still run really good. He got beat by half a length, so was pretty confident and hoping he give me what he have today, and he did.
I think it's cool that he is showing a different dimension in that he used to be a horse that just go to the lead, be more forward, and he just seems so much more mentally mature. Is that what you think, having ridden him last year too?
That's for sure. I just told the assistant he come back better than last year. Last year, he wins some race, he's still looking like he don't know what he was doing, looking around when he made the lead and all that. Today he made the lead a little early, and I was a little afraid to make it earlier, but he kept going forward, so that was great. I think he's better than last year, so good job from Danny Gargan.
It's so exciting to have a horse make that step forward. But Irad, you've taken a step forward over your brother now, 51-50. I think it's pretty impressive. You've missed days. You've been out of town, had the suspension, but talk a little bit about the showdown between you and Jose.
It's great. It's fun when you fighting for a leading rider, no matter who is second, but I mean, it make a little more interesting. I think he started talking this morning about it, and we talk. He wants to win, I want to win, so let's see. Hopefully everyone make it safe, and whoever wins, so enjoy the moment.
What's your best shade that you throw at him?
I mean, I don't like to talk too much, talk trash, and he like a little more, but I mean, he say, let's make a bet, I'm gonna beat you. I say, all right, whatever, I know he want to have fun and all that, but we both want to win, and I feel grateful right now. I feel blessed just to be here and be this position, and I enjoy it. Thanks to everyone who make it possible, to be honest.
Congratulations here with the stakes victory in the Hudson.
Thank you very much.
Hudson Valley, that is Arad Ortiz picking up the win here he's got to pick up his hardware as well with Dakota Gold. But guys, what a fun rivalry that we see with these two riders, two brothers, heading down to the end of the meet.
I would not have thought, thank you, Maggie, that Jose was the trash talker of these two.
You got to understand the quiet assassin with the smile of Jose. The one talks the most trash. You got to love it.
Yeah, I love it, too.
Yeah.
And you know who one
and
person
Dylan yesterday and Jackie going to the wire. That was great. They were talking trash.
Absolutely. Oh, they're so competitive. all of the Davis kids.
Yeah.
But the one person that is going to be leading rider either way is their agent, Steve Rush, and he handles both brothers.
Yeah.
Think about what kind of meet he's had.
And we've talked about it before, too. You look across any sport, and this is probably the most successful pair of brothers you've ever seen.
Wow, I didn't even think about that.
It's hard to find another duo that has been both of them.
Yeah, I mean,
they're at the top.
Obviously, in horse racing, obviously just generational, like Barry and Bobby Bonds and the Griffeys and all that. When you go into some other sports, and you got like the Kachucks, and when it comes to hockey, obviously with his son is a monster now. So, but when it comes to jockeys, these two brothers are something special, and they both are very, very unique. You could tell that. Jose, I think Jose is such a great front-end rider. Irad's more of a take-back because I think he learned a lot on Chad's horses. As you see the pick 5 following. If you're still alive, it don't matter if you got Dakota Gold. You got some good payoffs. They complement each other, too, the way they ride. You're never mad if one of them's on your horse, put it that way.
No, they're so talented. And listen, to me, watching them ride, Irad is reminiscent of Angel Cordero, and Jose is reminiscent of Eddie Belmonte, who was a great rider in the 70s in New York, also from Puerto Rico, and had a lot to do with Angel staying here when Angel wanted to leave a few times when things weren't taken up. They really very reminiscent of their styles and how they approach the game.
This nightcap coming up will be on the Inner Turf, mile and 16th. $40,000 New York bred maiden claiming event coming up. It is a wide open group as the board shows. 7-2 right now is the top choice on the board. That's Conquest. Kendrick Carmouche for John Kimmel, dropped down in class. Countdown has been on for a lot of us for quite a few days now, but we're in the thick of it now. As just a few days left until we head upstate New York to Saratoga. We'll be back right after this.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey.
McKinsey Preservationist Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front. McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2.
It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the Win Early Pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
The nation's #1 horses of racing age sale. Since its inception in 2013, this sale has produced 28% stakes horses, 75 stakes winners, and over $75 million in racetrack earnings. Recent star graduates include Grade 1 winners Atone and Stiletto Boy, plus graded stakes winners Newgrange, Greeley and Bend, and Middle Eastern stars Scotland Yard and Electability. July selected horses of racing age. Monday, July 10th at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
July 13th, get ready. Opening day, Saratoga Springs, and we're going to be there all summer long with meet-long coverage, including several big days on Big Fox. Pretty sure those two will be there. And these races taking center stage. Big one, Coaching Club American Oaks produced one of the biggest upsets we've seen in the last couple of decades there. Couple of summers ago.
Gosh. It's like going to like a fancy restaurant and the menu, you can't even believe it.
Right? It really is.
Right?
Just
cannot
loaded.
wait. It's going to be tremendous. Again, if you can't make it to the track, don't worry. We got you covered. And so many good horses and races that we look forward to at this meet. Mig, we'll start with you. Who are you most looking forward to seeing in Saratoga this summer?
I am really excited about Cody's Wish stretching out. Looks like he's going to start in the Whitney, a mile and 1/8. The way he ran the Met Mile here, circled the field while extremely wide on the far turn. Basically ran about a mile and 1/16 in the Met Mile. I don't think he'll have any trouble getting the mile and 1/8 at Saratoga, and I think it's his opportunity to kind of seize control of this older horse division.
And if all goes well, it's Classic is the target. He's already shown what he can do in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He is, I don't even think it's an argument, he's the best horse in training right now.
He is, but now we're going to see if he has
Dirt,
distance limitations or not, because this opens up a whole new pathway for him if he gets the mile and 1/8 well.
That just makes it so much more exciting. As good as he is, he's won 6 in a row, Met Mile winner, and that was just sensational what he did in that race. Now to say, let's target the Classic makes it so interesting. What about for you, Paulie?
I'm going to go, even though Mig stole mine with Cody's Wish, I'm going to go with Arcangelo because I just think Arcangelo just has progressed in such a short period of time. And being a son of Arrogate, we forget what Arrogate ran in the Travers. Sub 2 minutes. It was one of the most exhilarating performances I've seen at Saratoga besides Run Happy when he just destroyed a field. So, you know, sometimes sires take to their racetrack too. This horse is bred to run all day long. Jenna's got the best out of him. He's got tactical speed. I think he'll be just fine at Saratoga. I'm really looking forward to this horse moving forward because I just think he has even more upside, Mig.
I agree with you. I mean, he's been taking steady strides forward every race. And just something you said really stands out. You think about Arrogate, the only sub 2-minute mile and a quarter in the history of Saratoga. Since 1865, no horse has gone faster at a mile and a quarter than Arrogate.
I'm going to ask you this then, because he might have this decision to make. Javier Castellano, if you had to choose, and they both show up in the Travers, Mage, Arcangelo, who do you choose?
I'm going to play it the way Javier's been playing. Anytime you ask him, he said, well, we'll see how they're doing. And hopefully, I'm going to get to work each one of them leading up to the race before I have to make that decision. Man, it's hard to take off a Derby winner, but Arcangelo might just be getting better and better at the right time.
Heard from these two. Let's check in with Maggie, and who are you most looking forward to seeing this summer?
Well, when our producer, Evan, asked us who we were all looking forward to, the boys got to go first, but hey, age before beauty, it's okay. No, I'm kidding. I always look forward to seeing the 2-year-olds, and we saw a very, very impressive 2-year-old winner the day after the Belmont Stakes in Gold Sweep as he took the Tremont by open lengths, earning a 91 Beyer speed figure. Has to be one of the highest and fastest races that we've seen from a juvenile so far this year. But that's what it is. That's what Saratoga's about. It's about the babies. It's about the future and what future stars we may see. I mean, you think about Forte as he won the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He won the Hopeful last year. Well, anyway, we'll move on from that. But you just see these future stars coming out at Saratoga, and it looks like we already have one for Steve Asmussen, and it'll be exciting to see where he ends up leading into those 3 key races for the 2-year-olds, Greg.
It's going to be a juicy summer, isn't it?
Yeah, especially in the sprint division. You got Rivet, you got Skelly. That's going to be a fun division, and you still got the other one in Belmont's barn by the name of Elite Power. He's pretty good, too.
7 in a row for the reigning champ. Coming up next, nightcap from Belmont, Conquest. This is our very mild favorite right now, 3-1 in a wide open finale. We'll have more on the 9th when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
We are back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Thanks for being with us on this 4th of July long weekend. Again, we hope to see you tomorrow for our 4th of July coverage. And our program brought to you where you can play it all at NYRABets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Very competitive finale to close out this card. That horse right there, Conquest, Kendrick Carmouche, John Kimmel, the 3-1 current favorite, who's had some very good efforts against better company, but the losses are starting to rack up.
It's 0 for 10. I mean, he does get the drop in class, first time trying maiden claiming. I know John's always liked this horse. He's a beautifully put together horse. He's had his opportunities though, Paul.
He kind of hits the brakes when he hits the front end. You can see right now, like he's trying to pursue, but he's got the emergency brake on. And it's just like, now he sees that other horse go in front, he takes off kind of again. He gets, rounded out here for third as the 4 came rolling, but you can kind of tell he just kind of stops when he hits the front. Now, with the drop in class, will that help him today? Because he's run some winning races that will obviously compete here. That's why he's the favorite.
All right, now 3-1. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, and he can win Conquest, number 5 in here, guys. He, as Paul said, he has the races to win with this finally drop in class. My thing with him is that he may have shown ability, I suppose, in the morning as a younger horse, but physically he has just yet to go on. He just never really went on and matured and filled out. Yeah, Mig's right. He's has a nice frame. He's well balanced, but again, this is what he is, and this might just be his level, and he can win. But he's kind of the proven loser of the bunch, and maybe there's some others in here with a bit more upside. As we take a look at number 1, Zapruder, who is making his first start for Linda Rice. Now, his owner breeder, Jerry Zero, campaigned all of this bold child's progeny with Linda. And the fact of the matter is, they've all mostly been dirt horses. So Linda knows that. And I find it odd. Zapruder's run twice on the dirt, has run pretty much the same race, but they both in wet tracks. So why couldn't this horse be effective on the fast? To me, Linda's putting him on the turf, I feel like doesn't speak of much confidence. And he's another one that's filled out slightly from 2 to 3, but not enough for me to be overly excited about him. As number 3, Big Boulder, he is stretching out and getting back to the turf. I don't know really how good this horse is, but he did show some decent speed first time out. And for me, I feel like Rob Atras is, with his first time starters, they do tend to kind of need a race, or they just need some racing condition. Now, I'm not in love with more ground for him, but look for this horse to be forward. He's smaller, compact, hints at the fact that he should show speed again here. He's definitely on the surface which he belongs, which is the turf. You can see it in his physical makeup. He's much more of a turf horse. So I just thought he was a little bit of an interesting player, and he's double-digit odds, Greg.
At 13-1. Thank you, Maggie. On Big Boulder, Manny Franco will ride on the return to turf after moving to the dirt last time out for Big Boulder. 5 minutes away from our nightcap here on this Monday card at Belmont. We'll have the post parade when we come back for the finale.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races. Thanks for being with us here on FS2 as they come through the tunnel for the post parade here in the nightcap at Belmont, mile and 16th on the inner turf in this New York bred $40,000 maiden claiming race. And we're going to kick things off here in a moment with Zapruder moving from Belmont to the Linda Rice barn, and Linda immediately will drop this one down in class.
Yeah, it gets a good inside draw for the mile and 16th on the inner turf, and if you watch film on Zapruder, you didn't have a lot of excuses last time.
Wow. So that's actually a pretty clever one, Meg. I'll give it. Wolfie, you have that distinct look in your mind, like,
13-1 on Social Sidekick, Katie Davis.
For Barkley Tag. Son Tabazar put the blinkers on last time.
Here's Manny Franco on the one Maggie was talking about, Big Boulder.
Yeah, showed some run on debut, going 6, stretching out.
Impossible Prince, Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, this one changing parts to George Arbitron, the son of Mission Impossible. I think not the worst 24-1 shot.
Major player here, mild favorite, Conquest.
Yeah, a lot of chances, but first time getting that class relief.
In My Shadow. Fourth, only beat 3.5 behind. I thought maybe the horse to beat last time out.
This horse has got a little talent. I know the connections, are not well known, but I wouldn't be surprised if this horse runs.
Way too big a price.
Yeah.
So this is the one that In My Shadow was just behind. May this be the one?
I like this horse. Jose Lezcano's been riding really well. He picks up the mount here, and the horse has been running consistently well.
Mike Maselli, Kid Emerald.
Yeah, Kid Emerald dropping down from Mike Maselli. Dilly Davis is major rider, not aboard. You are getting 10-1 though.
Barry the Builder here with Joel Rosario. Jamie Torres rode last time, and this horse chased a very fast pace last time, I thought, in that uncomfortable, 3-4 wide trip.
Yeah, and then the 10 over the cap. Blinkers go on. This horse has gotten dead left in both starts. Maybe gets the outside post. That's going to help. Jose Ortiz needs a win right now to catch his brother, and they'll be at 51 each going into tomorrow's card. So that would be actually pretty cool. This horse did get bet to 5-1 first time out at this level. So obviously is trained well in the morning. Just the gait has been his problem in the afternoon.
A lot of interesting runners in this race. Many taking a big drop down in class. Even that, when we look at your selections there, even Kid Emerald, the 8 at 10-1, dropping a class, deserves a look.
Yeah, I think that, the biggest drop in class, we say this all the time, is when they go from maiden special weight to maiden 40 or 25 in that aspect. And you'll actually find out where they go. But sometimes when they drop for that 40 in the pop and they don't win, do you want to keep going back to that party? You know what I mean?
Well, that's it. And the reason it's such a significant drop in class is because maiden allowance, maiden special weight races, you still have horses potentially that could have big futures. When they get to the 40 level or maiden claiming level, it's like, okay, we kind of know what they are. Yeah. We're not expecting them to be stakes performers. So it does get considerably easier. The 10 over the cap, I understand what you're saying about the outside post and adding blinkers might help him. But he's a horse that's kind of run to empty space, and I'd almost be a little bit worried about him having that outside draw the way we start the race on the outside of the turf course.
Yeah, good point. Let's go to Maggie.
Number 7 in here, Mig's selection. May this be the one? I feel like it could be the one today. I feel like it could be his time to shine. He is, like Mig likes to say, a little bit of a bicycle horse. You have to keep after him, and he kind of looks that way. He's just that tall, lanky, galloping type. Kind of a bit of a goofball as he appears there with his tongue out on the screen. But I think For me, he's the best alternative to the favorite, whom I'm not overly enthralled with, Greg.
7-2, co-favorite, but the slight favorite is the 5. But yeah, Mig, you like this one. I thought this was the horse to beat as well. But as Paulie and I were talking about, one of the more wide-open races on this entire card today.
Oh, this is a really wide-open race. And like most turf races, Paul, it's going to be about trips. Who works out the right kind of trip? It is an odd configuration. They start on the outside of the main turf course, and then they got a right into a dog leg to the left. Outside posts, to me, take the worst of it in those situations. I thought there were several ways you could go. I just thought that the 7 may this be the one. All of his turf races are good enough to put him in the frame here.
Yeah, I went with the 9, Barry the Builder, not because Bob the Builder got canceled in 2019, and I'm still upset because it was one of my daughter's favorite shows and one of my favorite shows as well. But Joel Rosario getting aboard, Lasix last time. I have a feeling he's going to push this horse towards the front end, and this horse is getting bet. I know you like some Bob the Builder.
I have actually never seen him, and I'm going to have to show it to William.
20 seasons it's been on, 20 years. Where have
we
you
got
been?
some good TV ahead of us.
You don't even know about the Wiggles either? Let's go.
Nightcap coming up. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Slow beginning for number 10, Over the Cap, who trails the field. It is a Conquest and Impossible Prince. Those two right together here in the early going with Barry the Builder racing in 3rd. And then it's the gray In My Shadow running in 4th. Big Boulder down at the rail in 5th. Social Sidekick advances in between horses from 6th position. And then on the outside is Kid Emerald. It's a break of 4 lengths back to Zapruder. And then farther back is May This Be the One and the slow starting Over the Cap. Quarter win in 23-1. Conquest takes the field up the backstretch and has built a 3-length lead. Impossible Prince runs in 2nd. In My Shadow and Social Sidekick, they are right together 3rd and 4th. Then Kid Emerald and Barry the Builder, they race right together. And farther back is a big Boulder and May This Be the One, the half 47-1. Conquest continues to lead here. The lead is 2.5 lengths. With Impossible Prince racing in 2nd. In My Shadow down at the rail. Social Sidekick on the outside. A break of 2 to Barry the Builder, who is running in 5th. Followed by Kid Emerald in 6th. May This Be the One begins to pick it up on the extreme outside. Zapruder is now coming on. And then Big Boulder, 3/4, 111-2. Now they're in the stretch. It is still Conquest, the one to catch. In My Shadow and Impossible Prince. May This Be the One is gaining ground on the outside. Then Barry the Builder. Conquest has the lead. May This Be the One charging up on the outside. Conquest, May This Be the One. May This Be the One was the one coming on late to break his maiden and run down Conquest in the final yards.
Now, in the end, this was a pretty easy win for May This Be the One. Jose Lezcano for Mark Hennig. A couple of wins for that barn today for Windy Lee Farm. We're going to say goodbye to Bally SoCal and San Diego. Back with you tomorrow on those two networks beginning at 3 Eastern on our July 4th coverage. FS2, we're sticking around to say goodbye. So May This Be the One. Jose Lezcano had a lot of kick left down the stretch with his 4-year-old.
Yeah, great call by you, Mig. I know you like this horse a little bit, and you kept looking at me going, is he going to get there? I'm like, I think he is. He's got a ton of momentum. He really unleashed on the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah, just like Maggie talked about him being that bicycle horse, right, where you have to pedal and get him running. It took him a little while to find his best stride. He had to rally wide, and that's what you want to do with these kind of horses. Don't want to stop and start them. And he just caught Conquest in the shadow of the wire to get it done. Mark Hennig's 2nd win of the day.
Yeah.
Big run down the stretch against this group. And Jose Lezcano for Mark Hennig.
You know, this was a tough pick 5 sequence. It came back. I want to say, hold on, let me tell you real quick. The pick 5 was, wow, low. $3,068 for 50 cents. That's some good handicapping, whoever had that as well.
7-5-4-1 finish, as you see. And yeah, congrats if you're able to put that combination together in the pick 5. We're back tomorrow 1 Eastern start time on our July 4th coverage. Hope everybody has a very fun, safe 4th of July, and hopefully you spend part of it with us. We would love that. We have a good card on hand tomorrow, and I'm going to see you guys tomorrow.
Yes, and please let somebody else light your fireworks. Okay, people.
Be careful.
Yes.
You're not touching any fireworks. No. What about this performance? Dakota Gold. Wow. Much tougher spots in the very near future after Dakota Gold did this to this field in the Hudson Valley. 132-2. Final time circling this field. With Rat Ortiz Jr. aboard. What a performance. In our Monday feature, we'll see you tomorrow, 1 Eastern start time on FS2 on July 4th.